Good evening. Hello, Coach Jason. What is up? I might be a little louder than before. I adjusted some of my audio settings. So hopefully this will be louder. But not too loud. Hello, Zerasifer. That's a really cute lurk. Whose lurk is that? Amonikish? I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that before. Okay. Actually, today it's relatively already set up. Today's already set up. I don't need to do any weird ear cleaning. Although, there may yet be cases where there are loud noises. I'm not certain what I can do about that. I might just end up having to push back the time on these because of daylight. People are more active the longer that the sun is out in the evening, and that tends to cause loud noises to happen. It was a lot easier in winter when everyone was asleep and no one was outdoors. Damn this warm weather making people active. Oh, the glasses, that's right. I was trying to set something up and then I realized, there's an issue. So for my starting soon screen, I have it so you can head pat the starting soon screen. Oh, we have a visitor. Hold on. Oh, no. Please be good. Please be good. I don't. It's like the Jaws shark a little bit. Dun 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 dun. Oh. Hold on. I need to take care of something. I am going to mute for a minute with the cat. No. Be careful. Don't sneeze. Okay, I think I got him settled. He's been a little sneezy and so like a little bit gross. So I had to take care of him before he got to everywhere, if you catch my drift. He's unsettled now. Maybe. I was actually trying to record something yesterday. You're gonna hear clicking too. And he kept getting in the way. He just started hopping up. It's kind of, well, I guess I can't record new noises. I have to pay attention to the cat. Listen to this. Heavy breathing, cat. Tomorrow you get to get your nose washed. When I see the heavy breathing cat in my, I guess, dreams? I'm not certain if that's the right phrasing. When I see the heavy breathing cat meme, all I can think of now is, it's this noise, isn't it? It's this noise. Hey. Chin scratches. Okay. I don't know if you can hear the actual, like, chin scratches, or if you're just hearing him breathing. I can't hear either through the microphone right now. But when I was checking yesterday, I could hear the petting in the recording as well as like when he shook his head and stuff. These microphones really are very sensitive, aren't they? But we didn't come here for cats. We came here for Dungeon World. Though. Actually, that's right. I can just do this. And I get a cat. I get a cat. Hey, buddy. Do you want to be here? Yeah. There we go. Oh, he's still, I have to move him a little bit. Okay. Just, oh. Maybe I'll just move him over here. I also did one other change that I meant to do a long time ago. But we'll see if it shouldn't have too much of an effect. Let's see. Schnurk, schnurk, schnurk. So, today we're going to be reading more Dungeon World. More Dungeon World. Where is it? I have it up. I just need to find the right. I was mentally looking in the wrong category of things. Reading about monsters. And we have our tier list. Here's the tier list. Also, I'm gonna just hide this actually. We don't need to see this. That was the example of how kind of the curve I was ranking on. It accidentally. The created curve, not like it was a planned curve. God, you sound so gross. Can I like move it away? I can't really move it away from him either. Please don't groom yourself. Maybe if you can you groom me instead? Come on. Try this. No, he refuses. I'm sorry. Come on. Be a good boy. Settle down. Are you good? No? I think you can. This is me like rubbing around his mouth, like back and forth, and you can like almost hear his lips separating when I do that. How strange. What was that about? That was what I just I'm going around petting him, and it's kind of I'll just pet down his side, and that's a section he was just grooming. Okay. So, for the past months, I suppose, I've been working on the tier list. We've been going through each section of monsters in Dungeon World, and there are I think 8 or 9 different quote-unquote monster settings. Those are basically just groupings of types of monsters. There were monsters. Move. Okay, good boy. Please don't drink that. That's my water. Please don't drink that. That's my water. How dare you? He moved my mic. we had like constructs as one, denizens of the swamp, creatures that come in groups like hordes. And we're on the last monster section, that is Folk of the Realm, the worst monster of all, townsfolk. I would say humans, but we've already covered some things in this listing that are not humans. I'm moving. I have to move something a little bit out of the way of him, and I'm hoping it doesn't accidentally pull apart any cords. My audio interface is like right by his ass, my cat's ass, and it's kind of a, boy, please don't push any of the buttons, please don't turn any knobs. Okay, there we go. Hello, Azure Shot. I'm with Cat, if you couldn't tell. But so there's gonna be some weird noises. More traditional, I guess, ASMR noises, incidentally. If you want lots of schnurfling and slurping and I guess like scritches. Only the scritches are provided by me, the rest are provided by my faithful companion here. So, the first thing that we should recognize about the monsters, as always, monsters are any living or undead thing that stands in the character's way. Which is why we're able to define all these townsfolk as monsters. They aren't monsters, I suppose, until half flashbang. Yeah, I don't know what it is about this, but if I stay on this page, it's fine, but when I flip pages, it, like 75% of the time, returns to flashbang. Yeah. There is one way I can fix it, but I just have to actually go through and do it. Basically, edit the PDF so that all the pages are black and all the text is white. And editing PDFs. Who would do that? Ew. Acrobat. Acrobat's annoying. I mean, if I can rejigger the InDesign files, but there's a lot more baggage with that. Again, a lot of baggage. So, talking again about the monsters. The information about the monsters that we are going to be seeing is going to be... We're going to have tags on the monsters. They're going to have hit points. A number for armor. They're going to have generally one attack, but they might not. And they may or may not have sections on moves and such. And instincts. Or rather, they should have an instinct, and they should have a description. There are some monsters that do not have... Yeah, monsters without stats. We've run into a few before, and some of them have been things that the players will not be able to kill in traditional means. You can't just, like, hit it until it dies. Or, I guess they're, like, so inconsequential. based on things that we've read. It just doesn't put up a physical fight. It does not get hit points, damage, or armor. It can still have tags. The core of a statless monster is its instinct and moves. You would have it make its moves and act according to its instinct, even without numeric stats. Some of the tags that were things like magical, devious, hoarder. There's organizational tags, like how many you tend to encounter them, or if they appear in a group, and if so, how much can you expect. There's been some weirdness in there, but there are size tags. I don't actually know if we've really seen size tags. Have we? Wait, no, we have. We have. What's wrong? What's wrong? Now we have making monsters, but we don't need to worry about that because we're just reading about monsters that already exist. Monsters that already exist. So we're actually jumping. I believe we left off with the knight. And I'm also going to move this a little bit more to the side if I can. There we go. I do think that there is, in fact, something that has a sidebar, but we haven't run into it yet. We haven't run into it yet. There's more sidebars in the actual section. Oh, right, one more thing. And I keep forgetting to do this every stream. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? And I keep forgetting to put it I keep forgetting to put it into the stream information too. Let me adjust my commands. You would think I've been doing this for like a year. I would have remembered. Oh, cat. One more day, one more day. So we're going to add, I think, click, 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 click. Hello, Carlito. I'll take care of that in a second. Thank you for the water and the other things. I'm going to get through them in, actually in order. Cat. Okay. Stretch. Although the cat is also stretching. He's I don't know what other people call it when the cat raises their hind leg to groom themselves, like whether they're grooming their leg or their stomach or whatever. With him though, it's playing the cello. That's playing the cello. What? Okay, I have to move that. Okay. Thank you for the stretch. It's the first one today, actually. And I wonder why this cat is so noisy when it's just kind of he must take after me if you heard that stretch. Like, no wonder. No wonder. Like, why should he be quiet if I'm not? Okay, and posture check. I will adjust. Okay. I think this is a little bit better. I think this is a little bit better. Okay. Yeah, it lost tracking. And I do have a rest date. Maybe I should adjust it so that it requires me to be done for a longer time before it triggers. Or maybe I need to adjust the position of the camera. Another stretch. Okay. And now the cat is quiet. Okay. Okay. Oh, that was the shoulders. Hold on. Okay, I don't think I lost tracking there. But I was a bit more careful about it. Yeah. So I just have to be careful about the tracking. Settle down. You can't possibly be happy here. Come on. Get into a comfy position. No? Okay then. So as far as I can recall, the last one that we read. Ah, there's the fold. Oh no, not quite. You're not gonna fold? I distinctly remember reading about the hunter because it's kind of a strange case. So they talk about how they are. Sorry about that. Yeah, this is what I'm talking about when I say maybe I should do later. People love revving their engines. People love revving their engines. But yeah, so for Hunter, they talk about how they are people who live out in the wild. And they kind of make them seem solo. They don't specify that they are solo. Just, they're the kind of people who like to spend time in the woods and not in town. And they're a group thing, and it's just sort of for a hunter, I would assume that would be not group. I thought that would be solo, but that's what they chose to do. Oh, he's setting up for sleep. The one nice thing when I don't have a physical copy I'm reading from, when it's more of a online thing, is it lets me mess with the cat a little bit more. Hello. 30,000 confused beasts. So I'm able to like do a lot of rubbing. A lot of rubbing. Okay. But I remember reading about the hunter. But I did not remember reading the knight. Doesn't mean we didn't. Just I don't recall it. So I think this was the first one that we didn't cover. Yep, yeah, we definitely did not read Merchant. What are we rubbing? Cat? We're rubbing kitty. Kitty chest. Kitty tummy. Kitty chin. All sorts of kitty bits. I can make him a bit more prominent again. Sort of. I just have to like be a little bit careful about where I put him. There we go. Sort of. Sort of. He is. He doesn't pay the bills. Not this cat. But yeah, he's he actually hasn't been weighed in a while. He'll probably be paid. Pat Cat. Sorry, it's Pat Cat. I should put it in for Cat Pat. I just realized it might not actually work the appropriate way because he's not attached to me. Okay, so it puts him back in place. I'm sorry you can't see with the microphone in the way. If I move myself, and then it makes him disappear. What? There was a little bit of funkiness to be had with like adding the cat in the system and having the cat like attached to me and also get patted. So yeah. Like maybe I need to make different settings for whether or not I'm in this mode versus like regular gaming mode. Like, is the cat, where does cat go? But that was him shaking his head. Yeah, he's about last time he got weighed, I think he was 14 pounds, and it was kind of a. He can afford to lose like a pound or two, but not much more. Like, oh, that was gross, buddy. That sounded so gross. I do them every Sunday. They're not always RPG books. For a while, I was reading through The City of Saints and Madmen. And before that, some Poirot. There's a mystery book that I'm intending to read eventually, but first I have to acquire a copy of it. And I have done Pathfinder in the past as well. That was in, I think, October? No, before. It was September. Because I was playing in a Pathfinder 1E game. And I hadn't played Pathfinder before, so kind of cram ASMR for the basics. Also, thank you for the 100 bits for the question as to what we're rubbing. It's completely say so. It's just cat. Tracking is getting a little wonky because of how much time I'm spending over by him. Yeah, there's also sci-fi short stories and a couple of vampire stories, including, like, God, it took me so long to get through Carmilla. I'm glad we finished Carmilla, but it should not have taken, like, I think 3 or 4 sessions for me to get through that. That was my own fault. October was a very sleepy time for me. October was very sleepy. But I don't know what I'm going to do next week, if it's going to be continuing the Dungeon World or not. It probably will. I'm going to have to look into seeing what type of thing I should do for the equipment. That was also before I had a 3DO. Like, I think the vampire readings especially, and the sci-fi ones, I'm going to say like 90% of them were before I had a 3DO. So not quite so much on, I guess, like the depth of the stuff. Hello, Cliff. Happy Sunday to you too. Right. European hours. 4 armor. I think it only goes up to 5 that we've seen. So yeah, this is pretty chunky. Chunky armor. Cat pat. So we have the knight. They are solitary, intelligent, organized, and cautious. They have a sword for the best of 2d10 damage. Again, that's roll 2d10 and take the better of those 2 dice. It's not like you roll 2 sets of 2d10 and pick the better there. They have 12 hit points and 4 armor, and they only have a range of close. The options for range are close, near, far. Wait, close, reach, near, and far. I believe. Don't quote me. Yeah, I might push these back. Until like 7 or something, just because, again, the loudness. So, description. No. And yeah, I mean, you can make your own stat block. You can make your own adjustments. And also thinking about, like, Knights of the Round. Knights are not really that solo, are they? How much armor value did a dragon? It's not forest. I'm I'm a garden elf. So it's more of a case of my garden is in a more urban environment. I'm as a garden elf, I'm more at home in like not exactly city, no concrete jungle exactly, but closer to that than say like wood elves. Sorry. Oh, I'm not in Central Park. Central Park was only in France. You can't find rent that low in New York City. You can't get such a nice place for so little money. Countryside elf. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. I like my creature comforts. I like my creature comforts. Like, yeah, sure, you can go hunting under the moon barefoot for that deer with a longbow. Or I can walk down the street for like kebabs or something, okay? You didn't think I'd get it? I was opining about the will they or won't they of Ross and Rachel and watching that unfold in the later seasons live. Small town elf living in a lonely world. When I think small town elf, I don't know if that really applies to me either. No. Not that small town. Don't take me out. Don't take me out of the city. Don't take me out of the I guess like a city. What is larger than a town but smaller than a city? 2 feet tall. Look, the 2 feet tall. That was. Look, that was rectified. That was rectified. I mean, that was because the town told me to cut it. The town told me to cut it. And it's not like if I lived out in the country, I could have a lot more space in the garden than I currently do now. The garden's not that big. It's kind of a case where I guess if you live in the country, it's easier to build out than up, right? But where I am, it's easier to build up than out. Yeah, next week we're gonna start later. I'm gonna keep track now to see like when the noises stop. When do people put their stuff away? And the answer might be not until dark. No, I don't think it would have grown taller. I think it was grown as tall as it could be, to be honest. The tops of them were seeding. The tops were seeding. It was actually kind of like mini wheat nearly. Hearing cars on ASMR isn't that bad. Unless they bleh. Yeah, I don't really hear too much horns. And I want to say, the offenders that you're hearing, I'm gonna guess like 85 to 90% are not cars. They're motorcycles, I'm gonna guess. Motorcycles. But I guess if I stream too late too, it's generally quieter, but sometimes when it's not quiet, it's just kind of a like, oh, it's the screamer in the trees again. What am I gonna do? Start slamming my horn. I'm not gonna invite you to figure out where I live. Stretch. Okay. But yeah. So grass, well, the grass I guess I have has like a maximum height-ish. A lot of plants do, really, have like a set height that they're going to reach and no further. I've also heard that tends to be true for hair. Not just like garden elf hair, but for like human hair too. Maybe I should do a different kind of stretch. Okay, maybe spinning a bit much. Thanks, cat. He decided to do a big stretch too. You're interested? In the stretch? Or knowing about, I guess, maximum human hair length? I feel like I've definitely seen people who have had hair down to their, like, they can sit on it. I'm pretty certain some people can grow their hair like really, really long. It might just be a case of like it's too damaged after a certain point. That might have less to do with the like innate qualities of how long the hair strand grows before it falls out versus, say, other things. There's a certain orca who has... Yeah. Wait. Certain orca? Do you... For a second it was kind of a case of, do you mean orcat? Nope, no, if you mean orca. Okay. And then there's the other creature, the deep. I think she has short hair. Dragging the ground behind her. I hope that she would have... Shylily is an orcat, isn't she? Orcat? I just watched a clip of her... Oh, well, yeah, a clip series of her interactions with Neurosama. And I'm pretty certain that she was saying, like, wait, there's another orcat? And it turned out that Neurosama was saying that Vidal was also an orcat. I guess that's fair. She's still a bit furry for an orca. But yeah, I would hope that the girl that you knew had her hair up more than down. Although then again, well, just the heaviness of that amount of hair. I've gone from... I went through a period where I had not like really... Okay, I guess I can't really say a whole lot about hair length because of how long my hair is. So I had hair a little bit shorter than I do now, and then I cut it to above my shoulders but below my ears. I guess a bob kind of cut. And it was amazing how much weight that lifted off. And that was a drop in the bucket compared to like having hair that's on the ground. Thank you, Larry Boss, for the follow. Vidal. Oh, is it Vidal? Yeah, no, I don't know how to pronounce. I only hear it how Neurosama does it. Cat, please. You just changed setting in OBS, buddy. How heavy? It's the same length as men, or like same heaviness as men's hair, I'd imagine. Yeah, that was another thing when I went from longer hair to like the shorter hair. Just having it. Oh, I can hear someone coming. I should probably do more than one, just cover one ear. Neurosama says it right, if you say so. But the amount of time it took to like wash and dry, you didn't have to. Well, not that you have to use a blow dryer, but man, it's so much faster to use a blow dryer with long hair versus being able to very easily just like shake it out when it's shorter. I don't know if I'd ever want to have it that short again for like it was very easy to care for, but at the same time I'm a little afraid of doing it again because when I had short hair and I looked in the mirror, I saw the way it formed, and it's just kind of looking at my mother in the mirror. I can't do that. I can't do that. If you have time, it's better to let it air dry. The heat tends to damage it. There's cool hair dryers, or like hair dryers, but they're really not as effective. Oof. Yeah, I've kind of come to grips with it over the course of the past couple of decades. Looking at that. You grew out your hair because it was short. You looked like your dad. Yeah, I 100% get that. I don't think I've ever seen my mother with longer hair, which I suppose is kind of strange. I have a few older sisters, and thinking about our hair lengths, I'm not the longest hair. I'm also not the shortest hair. And just thinking, when my eldest sister cuts it short, and it's kind of I see the future there, and we all look like our mothers. Or rather, we all look like our one mother. I have long hair. I don't know if you'll be able to see it if I move. It might be a little hidden. Oh, locked. It's the wrong button. Also, it sounds like someone wants to leave. But yeah, no, my hair is, you can see it a little bit over here. My hair is a bit long. Can I do it in the light? So, about waist. I'm trying to look for him. Where did he go? I'm going to be right back. I'm gonna see if he wants to leave. He may have had his fun here and now he's leaving me. What am I gonna do without him? He left. He left. Did I not set it up right here? I just realized I don't know if I saw the alert for the follower pop up. I know I didn't hear it. Okay, I need to fix something. I didn't put it in. I didn't put it in this scene, I don't think. So I'm going to adjust that. Let me see. I did remove something, or at least hide it. Okay, where is it? Where is it all? Do I not have it in here? Okay. I guess that's something I'm going to have to adjust later. Click, 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 click. Okay, should be done now. More so gentle keyboard noises. So for this, actually, does it look like I'm talking into the right one, into the right ear now? Because that is something I realized that I did adjust, and I thought, oh, it won't really be noticeable, and now I'm thinking, maybe it is. Hold on. I think it might be opposite. I might have to readjust. It's mirrored. It's technically mirrored correctly. Yeah. But yeah, I'm not certain like which way should it be. I feel like it should be mirrored the other way. I adjusted before. So right now I'm actually speaking into the. Wait a second, there might be an easy way for me to adjust this. Hold on, I just realized. I think I have the inputs reversed as it is because of this. So I'm going to do something and I hope it'll be fine. Okay, so for this, when I first set it up, I had the chords in the correct slots. And then I realized that because of the way my body turned, it was opposite. So the easiest solution at the time was to flip the inputs. And now, yeah, now I'm talking right side. I'm talking into the right side on my mic. The input is coming into the right side. So how's Dungeon World? Oh, I'm doing a tier list of the monsters. List of systems I feel like might be a bit beyond me yet. I don't know if I have that many really understood very well. I have been enjoying. I haven't played a whole lot, but Blades in the Dark has been really fun in terms of making it easier. There's a lot less time needed to prepare for things because of the way that you can, I guess, like ad hoc. I don't want to say time travel, but like flashbacks. The flashback system. It's not called flashback system, but you know. I feel like that would have helped a lot in some other games that I've been in where we spent a lot of time working on prep work for something with a DM just kind of like counting and stacking dice because we're still hashing out like 2 hours later how do we go assassinate this governor or something like that. When Blades in the Dark would have been a much better system for that. Because also you know that if once you start that plan, it's not going to happen the way that the players expect. So just sort of that. Behind the ears? I am behind the ears, just like this. I could flip them, but I'm also a little worried about that. Being tied to the setting? You mean for Blades in the Dark? I haven't really felt like that's been an issue, but I guess for the like psychic-ish, like the mage type characters, yeah, I guess that would be an issue. Yeah, I do know someone in my group who is interested in Shadowrun, but at the same time, like, really liking the concept of Shadowrun, but then there's actually running Shadowrun. Oh, this is just our introductory. We're going through our introductory section right now. We're still in our first mission. Yeah, 90% planning, 10% executing. Yeah, like, make no mistake, we did have some planning time in Blades of the Dark, but just having that safety net. When you were speaking, behind. So I'm behind the right ear right now. So I can hear myself on my right side right now. Is that not how it should be? Is that not how it should be? Oh, but I look like I'm speaking into the left ear. But then there's the issue in general of, yeah, but I'm... Perspective is tricky, isn't it? Perspective is tricky. But I think people are looking less at the way that the ears are set up, and they're just looking at my position. And I'm on the right side, so that means that they should hear me on the right, right? Okay, another stretch. Do you have that on a 15-minute timer, the stretch? It's been very, well, relatively even. Okay. Sorry, checking to make sure I'm not like super shrimping. Scum and Villainy, Brinkwood. I feel like you can still work around it, but you're definitely going to have to homebrew a few things, like a playbook or two. I still haven't actually read The Night. It's a small thing. It's a no-win situation. Unless I just get rid of if I get rid of the mic in front of me, and then I just need to put 3DO in my tag, like the very first thing I feel like, to prepare people. I feel like I either need the image somewhere in the video, or I need to tag somewhere. The armor of a dragon. The armor of a dragon. And the question was going to be thrown back. What kind of dragon? Because there is no, I think, one singular dragon. Yeah, there is actually a dragon. Shit. It was kind of do you mean Apocalypse Dragon? Okay. 5 armor. 5 armor for a regular dragon. Apocalypse Dragon is also 5 armor. Now, what is worse than an Apocalypse Dragon? Tarrasque, World Demon. Nightmare is 4 armor. Inevitable has 5 armor. So yeah, 5 is where it tops out, it seems. Before I decide, you don't need a stat block anymore. No, but they're all 5. So yeah, a knight has a ton of armor. So I feel like the knight, actually, I'm gonna flip back to the dragon again, because it was best of D10s and then 12 hit points and 4 armor. Versus the dragon, 16 hit points, 5 armor. So the dragon is very clearly better, but I feel like if you got enough knights together, it could take down a dragon. Too bad knights are solitary. Did the dragon have armor piercing? It did. Yeah, so a dragon is kind of a knight killer. Is there an iron golem? I do not believe there was an iron golem. I think that there was a flesh golem. Oh wait, there was an iron golem. You are right. The iron golem is 3 armor. Scum and Villainy is pretty generic. Is it? Isn't that generic? I don't usually play sci-fi unless someone offers and I'm already in like a particular sci-fi mood. So I tend to pass on those. Like my group played they played a Star Wars game. And I skipped out on that one. So it keeps coming up with a Hive and Villainy Cantina in Los Angeles. Okay. So, is it actually licensed? Or is it not? It doesn't look like it's licensed, but it looks like it's kind of deftly avoiding it. Yeah, so that was something that I noticed. Okay, yeah, so Scum and Villainy is just, I say it's just, it's not licensed, right? It's simply off-brand. Off-brand. That's not a bad thing necessarily. I think it looks relatively faithful from just the blurb that I saw. Evocative. So yeah, that was something that bothered me a little bit with some of these blocks. They didn't seem super... A lot of times, individually they seemed fine, but when you started stacking them next to each other, they fell apart a little bit. They fell apart a little bit in comparison. So... Any metal. Less armor than a knight, but... Severing the arm of a golem would be very different from severing the arm of a knight. Yeah. I guess it's really a question, and this is something that we'll have to come back to in terms of what makes the knight so special. Hello, Hayden. Good morning. Like, they might consider this to be a higher level. So, for instance, there's like journeyman master crafters and stuff like that. Not necessarily in this game, but in others. They might be considering the knight as like more of the pinnacle of the concept versus the everyday. Made with really low quality metal. It depends on the wizard, doesn't it? I imagine that would depend on the wizard. But it might be the difference between mass manufactured and bespoke knights. Okay, for the knight. What youngster doesn't cling to the rail at the mighty joust, blinded by the sun on their glittering armor, wishing they could be the one adorned in steel and riding to please the king and queen? What peasant youth with naught but a loaf of bread and a lame sow doesn't wish to trade it all in for the lance and the bright pennant? A knight is many things. A holy warrior, a sworn sword, a villain sometimes, too, but a knight cannot help but be a symbol to all who see her. A knight means something. Instinct to live by a code. Moves include make a moral stand, lead soldiers into battle. Yeah. I want to say for Hayden's example of Pokemon, how there's the derpy one who's faster than the speedy looking one. Yeah. I feel it's a little different though. For Pokemon, they have 100, 151. Have they topped 1,000 yet? There's like over 500 different Pokemon, right? This is the dungeon world of knights. This is the dungeon world of knights. You can write your own stat block. And 1,000. Okay. So yeah, it might be hard for them to balance 1,000 versus here. They should be able to balance together what's in the base book, you know? They should be able to make a clear, concise reason why one thing is in a certain section, another one is not. Regional variants. How many regional variants are there? There aren't like a huge amount, right? I don't honestly know too many, except when I went to Japan after the Totally Not. Was it Black and White? No. What is the one where you adventure in Totally Not Hawaii? I went to Japan after that one, and there were so many cute things for the Alolan Vulpix. Okay, Alola. I say, as I'm naming the type of Vulpix it is. Yeah, they had cute Alolan Vulpix things out for winter. $20 or so at each different challenge level. Okay, we're gonna flashbang after this. But this is the current number of critters. And down below you can see the ones that I haven't ranked yet. So I feel like some of these also do not actually have stats. Only a few. But they're more common in the Planner Powers and in Folk of the Realm. I bought a Vaporeon mini and put it in the mason jar. Just kind of did they get out glue too for the meme? Beside a bottle of milk. You want condensed milk for that, I think. Or maybe like a mixture. Just put it in a caramel. Put it in like it's an expensive mini. Yeah, bro. I mean, I've seen things. It doesn't matter if it's $600 or $5. For some people. The meme is bad, not because it's cringe, because it's wrong. I'm not going to question how it's wrong. When I was young, Vaporeon was probably my favorite Pokemon. Now it's just kind of a... Well, I don't know if I could ever say that again. I am in the Delphi fandom? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I want to say Dolphy is not the worst offender. Dolphy is not the worst offender. Although I was actually just looking at Angelphilia dolls and was sort of a. So maybe I have the wrong impression as to those dolls. And I was looking at I'm not certain if they were a reseller or if they were like an official outlet, but it was kind of an oh, okay. There's like the dolls that would not get a raised eyebrow. Okay, I suppose it kind of depends on like your tolerance for these sorts of things. It really depends on your tolerance. But the facial expressions on most of them would raise an eyebrow. Much less anything else. Much less anything else. Vaporeon's really cool. Vaporeon is pretty cool. I don't think they could run hot. That might be kind of damaging. You liked Gardevoir? I only... They look really pretty. They look really pretty. Although I always thought that are they at all like grass type? Thank you for the water. Genoexus. Yeah, but I think, well, actually, depending on things, I guess the question is Ditto rarer than a Vaporeon in the Pokemon world? Which one is it easier to get a hold of? A guy who liked Dolphy just by being a guy. Yeah, that is a shame. That is a shame. I want to say, when I went to the Dolphy store, there were far fewer women in there than men. And when I was looking at like photo booths and stuff in the store, again, more so men than women. But in the West, it's flipped. In the West, it seems like it's flipped anyway. A lot more women in the hobby than men. So, I mean, just thinking about like Danny Chu and his proliferation of dolls and stuff for a Western audience, I don't see anything wrong with it at all. It's just when it comes to certain third-party accessories. And then it's kind of I don't... I'll leave you be. I'll leave you be. There's someplace else you can go get that information. Wait, look. Oh yes, wasn't there a comic? Dolphy. What? Dolphy is Volk's Dolphy Dream. Actually, well, in Volk's, I should be more specific. Dolphy is like a grouping of dolls put out by the company Volks. They're a Japanese ball-jointed doll company. They also do make like kits for like planes and other things. They do hobby stuff. They make hobby equipment and stuff. They're pretty high quality, yeah. They're not like the most high quality, but they're pretty up there. And I have 4 Dolphy Dream, which is the anime line of dolls from Volks. There are Dolphys that are not Dolphy Dreams, but I don't focus on them at all. Like, I don't even really look at them at all. It's more of a kind of like okay, what outfits from those can I put in other things? So, like, there was a Nier Dolphy that they came out with a couple of years ago. Well, I say Nier. They put out two. They put out 2B and they put out 9S. They've done some Idolmaster dolls. A whole slew. And they've been around for at least 15 years in terms of making the anime style dolls. I could be wrong, it might be 20. I know that they have a vote going on right now. FYB Oka? What does that mean? FYB Oka. Might be 20. Yeah, let me check something really quick there. Because I do know that there is a vote going on for like bringing back certain things, and it's kind of a can I find a link to that? Where is it? 20th. It's 20th. Actually, this is gonna be a little bright, but would you like actually wait, hold on. I'm double checking something really quick because I know that, yeah, Rosen Maiden, they also did Chi, and they did actually, I think the Rosen Maiden Dolphys, they were not Dolphy Dream. I think they were actually Resin. But there is a Dolphy the Best selection going on, so we could actually get a little brief insight into them. Oh wait, that's 2018. So it actually is 25th, I believe. Hold on. Okay. Unless it's 20 years of... Okay, it might be 20 years of Dolphy Dream versus 20... The 20th anniversary of Dolphy was 5 years ago. So... they have a Dolphy the Best selection, DD commercialization survey. Oh, it's still going on. But I wanted to double check because they usually have a section asking questions, and I wanted to make sure that we wouldn't run into any problems with that. Although I think it was so very generic, like super generic. 25 years ago is when they started Dolphy. Like, more generic than Dolphy Dream. So, because there's like Super Dolphys and other things. Like, what is Dolphy? Dolphy, there's Super Dolphy, Dolphy Dream. So SD, they started in 1999. Dolphy Dream started in 2023. Super Dolphys are actually ball jointed. Dolphy Dreams are not, but they're sometimes grandfathered into the system by like other people. There's a lot of information about the two. I can flip it in a second. I'm sorry, we're going to. So this is a site talking about the differences between the two different dolls. We're gonna go into it real quick. This was not meant to be. This is not what it was meant to be. Okay. Here's a quick bet. They have do they not have the translation available? They don't. I have to manually translate. We can get a better look. So they have a bunch of different bodies available. They tell them differently. Eye style is very different. As I said, the internal structure is different, how they move, what they're made of. And at the very basest, when you look in here, you can definitely see the difference in style between the two dolls. One is much more traditional ball jointed doll, and the other one is much more anime. Very anime. Super anime. So, real quick, I haven't actually done one of these yet, but we can fill out a survey together once I set it to translate, because this. I don't know Japanese that well. Not well enough to finish this. We can vote once per day. So we can... I'm gonna make this bigger so you can see more. And maybe also... Oh, I'm cutting someone off. I'm cutting off Best Girl. Fuck. I need to adjust this. We're going to remove that. I'm gonna move myself over so you can get a better look. We're not currently reading. I'm gonna turn that off too. I might have to move the mic more so than move myself with this. So they have... Oh. So the first thing that we're doing is not actually voting on... I can't say that word. Oh, okay. I'm going to do my best. I will do my best. Did the timer not start appropriately? Did I accidentally turn it off? Let me check. Or did I turn... I didn't refresh it. I didn't refresh it. Hold on. That's something I need to do at the beginning of streams. I also need to find where I put it. Why didn't I organize my stuff? Why? Okay. There we go. Should be a gremlin. There. So, for these... it's on ice. It's on ice. The most recent waifu. We just need to scroll backwards for that. So these are just for the outfits. The second alternate outfits. So for a lot of the characters in here, they were released as a set with a doll and their default outfit, but you were able to purchase an additional outfit themed to that character, a secondary outfit. If you didn't buy the doll, you could still buy the alternate outfit. Like, it wasn't a package thing. So Tamane came with an underwear set as her alternate. We have I don't remember her name. Monica? I think it might be Monica. Saber. We were talking about Ikitosen, so they did the two Ikitosen girls. More specifically, Kanu here, in the Guan Yu outfit. That was tan. That she is tan. She was the only tan doll that they made for years. You can barely tell. You can barely tell in this. It's awful. Oh, Nia. Nia was their first, I believe, white doll. Like, white skin doll. Which was a bit of a shame because they yellowed, in hindsight. They adjusted the formula later, I believe, but a lot of the older dolls in the white skin tone, very specifically, did not age very well compared to, say, the normal skin tone, or even the semi-white skin tone, which eventually overtook the white. Thank you for the water. Oh, Ryomo got 2 different outfits. I say Prisma. Regular Ilya. They just released the Lucky Star outfits. I don't think that they actually released the dolls. Like, just outfits, which is something that they did. I believe you could buy the Two Heart 2 outfits separately. In different sizes. They had Nanoha, They had Fate. Yeah, I think that was just a default doll that they put in the outfit. I could be wrong though. I want to say she looks like she has a like they have default faces. I recognize the face on this one. I think that was the eye face. They had two, I think, like default dolls you could buy that were not set characters from a brand. It was their own thing if you wanted a doll, but you couldn't afford or you couldn't catch a branded one. So at least you had something. They still have those, but they've certainly moved on in terms of painting and face sculpts. Yeah, like Monica's face is a little funny looking. A lot of the older dolls have like kind of funny looking faces that don't quite match how they would do them now. And Luis, I believe that the White Album girls were also really popular. I didn't actually realize that they made Sakuramato. Another water. Okay, now I can do it. Dolphy, Dolphy, Dolphy. Dolphy, Dolphy, Dolphy. Dolphy, Dolphy, Dolphy. And that's right, I need to do one more thing. I can just replace all instances of Dolphy with Doll. I'm actually kind of surprised I didn't. Shh. Look, we're doing a poll. I don't remember if I brought up dolls, but I'm certainly gonna hit the dolls. Yeah. Actually, maybe it came up because of the Vaporeon thing. Did I ever change that? Did I ever change this? I don't think I did. Fuck. I have to do the forbidden really quickly. I have to do the forbidden. Where is it? Okay. I can't read. I can't read. Where is it? I should have made this command. I was a fool. I was a fool in like the kind of way that you think you're going to fail at something and then it ends up that you don't. And now I have to fix something because of that. I can't read. Fine. Fine. When did the subject change? 15 minutes ago. Maybe 10 minutes ago? Something kind of like that. Reading is hard. Reading is hard. Look, I don't even... Wait, can I do it here? I can do it here, maybe. No. Wait. Can I... I'll deal with it later. I'll deal with it later. It doesn't really matter right now. It doesn't really matter right now. So they have the alternate Beatrice, they have Sakura swim. Oh, they have a lot of outfits for Sakura. Oh. But yeah, they released different sizes of the 2 Heart 2 uniform. Good Wafter. They had a Cerno. I think when I started paying attention to the dolls, I think the ones that I saw come out and was like, oh, that'd be nice, but I can't have one, was probably around this line, like from 38 onwards, perhaps. Probably from about there. I distinctly remember Chihaya because Chihaya's wig. Chihaya's wig. It's a stain monster. It's like powdered blue. It's dangerous. Oh, I also have the Sailor Mizuki. For one of my dolls. The penguin costume. That's Witch on the Holy Night. I honestly don't know why. I've never played the game. Or read it. So, I have Sanbon Sakura too. Usu's outfit is really nice. Her default outfit on the far left. It's the kind of thing that'd be very easy to mix and match nowadays. I have Ranko. I have this Ranko. And I have Doremi. I have, actually, Holy Night Gifter Red, too. It would be nice to get white. It would be nice to get white. I don't know if that's gonna happen. The Cheryl's outfits and stuff, like, these are all cute, too. I have Red Riding Hood. Mikuzukin, my bad. I have Siren. And, is that? No. Oh, they split them up in years. Right, Kirika was weird because they actually, I think the ears, come off. The ears come off. Sanpaku Miku? I also have Ribbon Girl Miku. Oh, the Cheryl outfits look good. The Cheryl outfits look good. I have Anastasia's plain clothes. I was in Japan when they released the Rider Aldria Pendragon sent to altar, but I didn't opt for it at the time. There's just something a little awkward about it, I guess. And I didn't get any of the Winter Miku stuff. I have Deep Sea Girl, that one looks good. I skipped out in the 2020. And I skipped out on Vampire and stuff from there on out. Coyotes looks cute too. These dolls. Actually, I remember when the FGO dolls came out, and I didn't actually, when they announced it, I hadn't played FGO, so it's just kind of a whatever to me. I'm really glad I didn't pick them up. Reina looks really cute there in her alternate outfit. And so does Sagisawa Fumika. Yeah, that's that, Reina. And these are all for the alternate outfits. They have alternate for Arquid, alternate for Yoru, Hatsune Miku in the world without anyone set. So these are the more recent ones that have come out. So I guess in terms of like the most recent waifu, would you say Yoru? Or is her signature hat? Yeah, they have a Kaito. I've been seeing a lot of stuff for him. So they have a few males. We have a few males. Not too many though. I don't think. So yeah, yours the most recent. Although then again, this is just the outfit. There may be dolls who came out who did not have alternate clothes on release. So I'm gonna take a look at the next page. Okay. Okay. So this was the page I was a little bit more afraid of, where it's kind of a case of, I kind of entirely forgot about this doll. The one here with the white hair and the kitchen outfit. It's kind of a mix between, like, it's kind of cute and kind of ugly at the same time with a plaid. Miku's the most recent. Does anyone really wife Miku? I'm not certain that they do. Or is she more of a daughter? Rain is really cute. I want to check up really quickly about some of the other, like if this is the only voting set that they have. If they don't have a doll section. So that's this. Delphi the Best. So they have a reboot plan for Len and Jean. The second DD commercialization survey. Okay, so that's a more open-ended thing. Oh, it's a collaboration draft. Wait, that's the same survey, isn't it? That's the same survey. Second best. Well, collaboration. Third best. So the second best was collaboration model 1. Okay, this is more so what I was looking for, and this already passed. We can't vote at all, but we can look. We can look. So this is going to be... We're going to switch to English. This ended in April, and this was pick 3 dolls for a re-release, potentially. Or like pick your favorites. So you can see where it started, and it started with a fucking Ray. A Ray in a swimsuit model, and look at the slots in her eye. You can't see it very well here. She has slots in her legs. This might actually be the better way to look at them. But yeah, the face is a bit, and the eyes are a bit dated. It's dated. And the eyes on Nemo there are kind of creepy too. So those were the first releases under the line. Then they had the shirt version. They had... I am not entirely certain what's up with these two. I don't know what they're from. They may have been originals when they were trying to go through that. Actually, no, they can't be because Mosaic. They must be from a property. Then they had... I don't know what this one's from, but again, her face is kind of weird, right? This might actually be the first white doll, now that I look at it. Yeah. So, I think this one was the first white doll over here. Shakasumi. Some of these are really cute, but I don't really see anything about the properties anymore. Who really looks at the capo nowadays? This one is actually really unusual, number 12 here, because of the closed eyes. Like, I think this is the only doll that has closed eyes in this entire set. Right. I remember seeing the Haruhis. Sometimes it's kind of tempting to get a Haruhi head, but I wouldn't keep it on that. I once saw a really cute... mod is maybe not the right word to put it, but a custom using a Haruhi head and I believe it was an MDD body to create another character. But I don't know about finding a Haruhi head nowadays. How difficult that might be. I don't necessarily know most of these properties, because it's not like they were necessarily released them when the property was like really fresh and hot. If that makes sense, it would take a couple of years for the doll to come out. Although, Kyon little sister doll, set her by a phone forever. Kyon-kun, denwa. You could do that. You could do that. Actually, I'm kind of wondering if people haven't done that. It feels like something people would do with like Figmas. But no. who's more interested in a different property. And also, I don't really know if she has little sister has a Haruhi face. Kakekiru? No, it's not. It's not. Not these two. Kiriha Akase. Kakegarui was not out when this stuff was coming out. This might be Fortune Arterial, I think. Let me check. Sendo Erika. Sendo Erika is Fortune Arterial. Yep. So these are Fortune Arterial. I wouldn't have recognized Akase on her own, but Erika, the blonde with the red jacket and everything like that, image was a bit stronger. And also there's just some names that people are, because she's one of like X amount of dolls in the community. There might be a difference in whether or not they're wearing like a white shirt or a dark shirt underneath, who knows? Or maybe there's a difference of how many stripes and how many pleats the skirts have. Or whether they have the slits at the front. There's a lot of like very small ways they can make the uniforms different. God, excellent Browning. They really painted her faces up. Saber was a popular doll. Saber was very popular. Can't imagine why. This Ray looks a lot better than the previous Ray, though. But the eyes, I feel like the eyes are still, like, maybe not, they're not the right color, I think, here. Nero? Well, good news. There's a Nero. Eventually, I think. I think they made a Nero. Shit. They made a bunch of Saber faces. Because all they had to do is reuse the same mold, and the mold's a lot of the cost. And then, like, change some things for the paint up. Like, that still costs money to change the paint up, but being able to reuse the same head mold saves a lot. Technically just need to replace the eyes. That's fair too, like they may have done that. So I know that they did Jean Dark, or rather Jean Alter. They did Saber Alter, Saber Santa, and I think that they did Nero and stuff too, but we'll see. So they also had Asuka maid version. And here's the Airi. I think that this might be their only Queen's Blade model. I could be wrong. Wait, did they have for the other one? Real quick, hold on. There was a Saber alternate outfit that was the Saber bikini, and I don't know if they actually made that in here. Not bikini. They had the Saber Alter swimsuit, and it's kind of a, is that in here? And I feel like the answer is no, they skipped it. Like, why did you skip it? It was very distinctly hers. They chose Airi. Yeah. But that's for the, I think, oh, you know what? I think for Discerno, they didn't actually release a doll. They only released the outfit. Because thinking about it, that's Cerno's primary outfit, right? So I think that was the case. So it's basically a cosplay set that you could use for your doll. Or just a way to make your own without making the outfit. Buy outfit, do your own face up. Because, yeah, I don't think we're going to see Cerno in this list. So that's Nia in her default outfit. Nanoha Girls. Rin default outfit. I don't think that they did more than these two K-On! Girls. I don't think. Sakura. did Mari eventually. Beatrice. Okay, so they did Saber Lily as an alternate. Or not an alternate, but like they eventually released a Saber Lily. Airi, Sakuya. But Sakuya got her own doll, as did the one with the ghost bits. So they had Saber Alter second version. Oh. So does this count as Nero? This is Nero, right? So yeah, they did release her. They did release her. Yomu. Yeah, I remember when Yomu was coming out too. She didn't sell out as quick as I expected. I remember being so excited when... Wait, no, actually it wasn't this. It was another one that's going to be coming down further in the list. Like, oh, they picked another... They're re-releasing one of the... Two Heart Girls. Is it Tamane? It's not Tamane. It's not Tamane. One day it will be Tamane. Rise was big because of her nose. Nero was also, not Nero, Cosmos was also unusual for that. They don't actually say in here what the details of some of these were. Yeah, Cosmos came with a lot of extras, so she was a bit more expensive than some others because of the weaponry and all the fiddly bits. But yeah, I think it was kind of a, what do you mean Lucy got another re-release? What do you mean? Give me Tamane back. Give me another shot. Oko was cute. I think she had another like kind of kitty face going on. Asana's Asuna. Alternate for, or re-release for Sakuya mode. Just realizing, like, wait, this design reminds me of someone. Miku. So Miku was still 56. They released two Alisa dolls, I believe, too. This is the first one before the anime came out, I believe. They got Cheryl. Actually, wait, why is there a gap between Cheryl and Ranka? Cheryl and Ranka were, I thought, released together as pre-orders. As was Snow Miku. Sinon got a doll. I actually think I just realized why. Wait, it doesn't make sense. Initially my thought was, oh, they're only showing us deities here. But... Cheryl's a DD, but Miku is a DDS, I think. Wait, no. Miku's not a DDS. She's just bleh. She's a DD. Is Reina DD too? You couldn't enjoy the mechanics. I didn't really... My first experience with it was actually this doll. I didn't know the series existed before the doll. So maybe this might actually be only DDs. So yeah, there's the anime version of Alisa. They changed her outfit a bit. Who sneezed? It was a cat, don't worry. Kirigatowa, Takane Shijo. Another Pendragon. Another Pendragon. Another Saber. Yeah. This really must just be DDs then. Didn't sound like a cat. It was a big cat. It was a big cat. Yeah, this must just be. I say that, and then we have a boy. We have a boy show up. We have 9S. But I guess they're counting the boys in with the regular DDs. Sakura Miku. Yeah. I skipped out on all the other Mikus. I figured one was enough. I already saw the, I guess, alternate outfits for these two and for Miku. Far distance. Snow Miku reboot. Sailor Jupiter. Wait, was she really the first Sailor Moon one? I guess she was. I guess Sailor Jupiter was the first. It's so weird. I feel like that can't be right. Oh, you know why? Again, because she's just a DD and the others were sisters. So that's why she's the first one to show up here, because the others aren't going to be in here. Bleh. Oh, shit. Did I say the wrong one? Did I say 2B? Fuck. Naming schemes. Arcade is really cute. Arcade is really cute. Oh, that's right, they had a Utena and an Anthe. But Anthe's not in here. I wonder if that's because they gave her a sister body in order to get the height difference. That might have been it. So yeah, that makes me wonder if the last one is going to be for... So we have the first selection, which was just picking your favorites, like regular DDs. And the second one is for outfits. So the third one might be for picking between minis, sisters, pretties, and dynamites. Because there's a slew of characters missing from here, actually, that I should have realized earlier. Because Demon Bane has some figures in here that were early on. And also we're missing the... but not this. We're missing the dolls for... like Ilya and for Ryomu and Kanu. Like, we're completely missing them. 2B's. Would you really count her as a tomboy? I'm not certain if 2B counts as a tomboy. Okay. But yeah, well, let's go through the stuff real quick. Doll tangent over. Flashbang. Flashbang deinitiated. Okay. Oh, I'm like really far down. Let me adjust that. To be in a tomboy outfit. Shortish hair. It's still sort of a stretch. From the sections of the game that I've seen, I don't think she's particularly... I think she is a little masculine, but she... It's... I think her directness that is like that, and her focus. Like, there's some small things that you could do to seem a bit more masculine or feminine that people kind of subconsciously pick up on, I found. Powerful. For him in a tomboy outfit? Me? Like, what exactly makes a tomboy outfit? The only thing I could think of would be like overalls or something. I'm not certain if I fully understand that sort of thing. Overalls. The girl who says, I don't want to wear makeup and goes around in dirty overalls. Short hair. I guess there's a certain body type too. Jackets and jeans. I don't know if I'd want to go for shorter hair again. I don't know if I'd want to go for shorter hair again. I have seen people. This was something that I saw someone do, be hiding up their hair in the hat, depending on the style of hat. So I guess like that could be a way around it, but it's still quite heavy up there, hiding the bust. Wearing a binder, I guess, then, for some people. High heels. I think it's also, like, for me, like, seeing her method of walking. But part of that is the heels. And that might also just be kind of like video game walking, too. This is something that I've heard a few times, actually. I've been told, like, I guess I kind of walk like a man. And part of that is kind of is it because I'm, like, not flat-footed, but, like, I'm not wearing heels? And I guess it's just, it's not swinging your hips very much. Yes, not swinging your hips much and being direct in the way that you're walking. I would not have really thought much about it, but I've had 2 people in my life comment on that, so it's kind of an really? Focuses on that. One of them was comparing me to a character in a TV show, so it came from that. And the other one was more, I think, I vaguely recall there being some sort of question of like, okay, so out of everyone in this particular group, who would have the easiest time cross-dressing, I think. And it was kind of an, Prim could probably pass fairly well. But this other friend would have a lot of difficulties because the way that she walks, and also much more well endowed. So it's kind of a, wow, thanks. And it was, well, your walk cycle, so to speak, is masculine. Like, that makes it much better. Thanks. Apparently. Yeah, thinking about it in, like, animation terms. I guess it's also a case then, like, what about general poses, I guess? Like, what's your idol pose? I made her drop the ball. They just made a different looking character, apparently. They made a different looking character. Oh, that was my bad. Speaking of nights, I will say, actually, what may have instigated that talk was that I did, for one particular event, I did I guess, cross-dress at the time. I cross-dressed. I dressed like a... I was fairly young at the time, so I dressed in, I guess, like, not young, but, like, kind of young man clothes. So that may have instigated it. There may have been a mention of that at the time. Merchant doesn't get a stat block. Yeah, they're either way too powerful or they're not powerful enough. Your choice as to which the merchant is. And the noble, too. Undefeatable by normal means. Or they don't put up a fight. The merchant. 10-foot poles. Get your 10-foot poles here. Torches, bright and hot. Oh, hold on. I think I need to restart something. Do I not? I guess it's fine. Wait, no, I do. Why did it start freaking out? It's not working. It's not working as expected. Maybe if I refresh. I was thinking the merchant is actually, you know, the dragon in disguise. That trick. Yeah, B. Bridger's not having a fun time. Oh, and you can see the sidebar and stuff now. Because I swapped over. I'm gonna bring back the crop. Where is it? I have to bring it back up. Merchant is just polymorph. They really are just something high level in disguise. Same with the noble. You don't know what you're interacting with there. Click, click. Click, click. Okay, it's back. Merchants. Torches bright and hot. Mules, too. Stubborn but immaculately bred. Need a linen sack, do you? Right over here. Come and get your 10-foot poles. Instinct to profit. Propose a bit. Moves include propose a business venture and offer a deal. So, just offer a quote-unquote deal. Kind of a, yes, so... This is a demon, isn't it? This is a demon. Now for the noble. Now for the noble. Are they granted their place by the gods, perhaps? Is that why they're able to pass their riches and power down by birth? Some trick or enchantment of the blood, maybe. The peasant bends his knee and scrapes and toils, and the noble wears the finery of his place, and they say, we all have our burdens to bear. Seems to me that some of us have burdens of stone, and some carry their weight in gold. It's a tough life. Instinct to rule. Moves include issue an order and offer a reward. Not so bad, is it? So with a wording like that, I guess it's kind of a case of, do you think that they're just don't put up a fight, or do you think that they're not able to be beat by normal means? Thinking about the ones that we've come across otherwise, I feel like some of these are a bit more phoned in. Like, it's good to keep in mind instinct and issue and like the moves, but I don't know if they needed like an entire stat block to deal with that, perhaps, unless they just want to enforce the whole concept of if it's against the party, it's a monster, including everyday folk. A Gwent card. Oh, this is one of the few that we've had that has had a sidebar. I might have to do something to adjust that so you can see what it is. So I'm gonna copy this. Oh, actually, just need to do this. So I'm gonna read the sidebar first so I can hide it. Beware the beast man, for he is the devil's pawn. Alone among God's primates, he kills for sport, for lust, for greed. Yet he will murder his brother to possess his brother's land. Let him not breed in great numbers, for he will make a desert of his home and yours. Shun him, drive him back into his jungle lair, for he is the harbinger of death. Harbinger. It's Harbinger. Harbinger, isn't it? I added an R there and it caused me to read the wrong thing. Harbinger of death. For the peasant. The quote is from Planet of the Apes. Yeah. This for the peasant. Now why is that? Why is that? Peasant. Covered in muck, downtrodden at the bottom of the great chain of being, we all stand on the backs of those who grow our food on their farms. Some peasants do better than others, but none will ever see a coin of gold in their day. They'll dream at night of how someday, somehow, they'll fight a dragon and save a princess. Don't act like you weren't one before you lost what little sense you had, adventurer. Instinct to get by. Moves include plead for help, offer a simple reward and gratitude. Thinking about Dungeon World, it was kind of a case of you don't have to start as a peasant, strictly speaking. But I guess your everyday adventure, because adventure is a separate thing in here. Adventure is up here. Adventure is separate. They could have been peasants. They could have been peasants once upon a time. I feel like what you were is unimportant before you put on the mantle of your class. I can hear them coming. Yeah, in the future, late night. Or maybe I should move this to be more only pre-recorded so I don't have to deal with motorcycles. So we finished the peasant. Just gives you ties to a land. And there's always ways to sever that. Yay, vroom vroom. How come I never really hear that in other people's? Or maybe I'm just not listening to the right ones. Or maybe I'm the only one who's by them. And more soundproofing. I don't know how much more. I mean, at the same time, there's a lot more I could do, but for noises like that are just so loud. I want to say, when you're thinking about your own house and what you would do, and oh, look at all these beautiful big windows, and then learning about like acoustics and stuff, and it's kind of, well, shit, fuck these big windows. Can't do jack shit with so many windows. I do have some spaces that have like thick walls that you can't really hear through, but it really depends. And like with the garden the way it is, outdoor noises are really hard to deal with. Outdoor noises are really hard to deal with. And just thinking about being able to hear, like, you could do stuff in a closet. I don't want to do stuff in, like, the shed. I don't want to do stuff in the shed. And the problem is also the shed actually faces towards the big, the, like, noisier areas, to be honest. The shed points in that direction, so it's, if I were to be in the shed, and also the shed has no power. Granted, I could maybe fix that, but that would be asking an electrician to come out and wire that up. I'm streaming ASMR from my bathroom shower. Unironically, that might be better than the setup I have right now because it'd be smaller. And I guess more echoey, I guess? I wouldn't be the first person to do that, right? But then I'd have to move all the equipment there, and that would be very difficult. I have tried to stream once from a laptop. That did not turn out very well. The power wasn't enough. Although, I have thought about recording some audio stuff, and I think I could probably do that without any video. If I have a laptop again. Being able to record sounds in other spaces other than the garden. Okay, stretch. Okay, that was the shoulders. You go to the school's janitor closet to record lines. I was lucky enough to have access to an actual, like, recording sound booth once, and that was really fun. I was able to, and I actually encouraged a few other people to do this as an experiment, so to speak. Just scream in it, like the loudest, most blood-curdling scream you could do, because we didn't have a chance to do that very often. Just to see, like, how does it feel after having done that? And, like, not getting anything called to you afterwards. Because it was, I believe it was soundproof, or as much as you could be. As well as, like, all the acoustic foam padding. So that was pretty fun. That was really fun. That was so many years ago. That'd be fun to try and do again. Although, I guess you could theoretically... Like, there's gotta be places that you can hire for rent to be able to do that, right? Like, sound studios. That reminds me, I was practicing singing last night at, I think it was like 3 or 4 a.m. And it was kind of again, because you can hear, like, a lot of things that are going on if they're loud enough. It was just sort of like, man, I really hope the neighbors can't hear this. So I'm not gonna get, like, I guess, like, a knock on the door the next day and be like, yo, it's great that you're practicing opera or whatever, but, like, don't do it at 3 a.m. Move to a sketchy neighborhood and you can scream as much as you want. That worries people, though, I would think. That, like, wouldn't be very fun to make people worry. It reminds me a little bit of it. There's a comic for that, too, isn't there? Or it's a sketch I've seen, I think it's specifically about New York City and how you can tell who's a tourist and who's not. And the quick way is to just start suddenly screaming. And if someone looks shocked or like worried or anything like that, they're the tourist. The person who's just completely ignoring you and continuing on with their day, that's the native. That's the person who's lived there for a while. I gotta say, they're not wrong. They're not wrong. Like, I'm just gonna pretend you don't exist if you're screaming in the middle of the street like that. Someone else can deal. Someone else can deal. Okay, posture check too. Okay, I don't think it's so bad, but I'll adjust again. I'll adjust again. Let's see. The rebel. So we went from knight, merchant, noble, peasant to rebel. The others don't have stat blocks, but this one does. Thank you for the water. Okay. Rebel. Horde. Intelligent. Organized. They have an axe for d6 damage. They really like the d6 as like a default. 3 hit points and 1 armor. But they are a horde creature, so this is an early kind of boss. Not boss. Early mob, I guess. They only have a range of close. In the countryside, they'd be called outlaw and driven off or killed. The city, though, is full of places to hide. Damp basements to pore over maps and to plan and plot against a corrupt system. Like rats, they gnaw away at order, either to supplant it anew or just erode the whole thing. The line between change and chaos is a fine one. Some rebels walk that thin line and others just want to see it all torched. Disguise, a knife in the dark, or a thrown torch at the right moment are all tools of the rebel. The burning brand of anarchy is a common fear among the nobles of Dungeon World. These men and women are why. Instinct to upset order. Moves include die for a cause, inspire others. I wasn't actually expecting it to go into, what is it? Like, remember is it shit? 5th or 4th of November? The 5th of November? Remember, the 5th of November. The gunpowder, treason, and plots. I see of no reason why gunpowder treason should ever be forgot. I didn't expect it to go into that sort of thing with a rebel. Actually, I was watching a video earlier about the making of... there was a few things. I think it was pasties. And talking about outlaws in the forest in... I don't remember what century it was. Around the time of King John and a bunch of King Georges. Because it was like, quote-unquote, Robin Hood times, right? And how a lot of people are being outlawed for hunting in royal woods because they suddenly just determined, like, this entire county is royal woods. Fuck off, peasants. Move out. You can't hunt any of the things in here. You can't live here anymore, even. And that's why there were considered a lot more outlaws in that time frame, I suppose. At least partially. Like, if you're getting outlawed for going to hunt deer, which you've been doing for, you know, decades beforehand. If you're getting thrown in jail for that sort of thing, might as well go live in the woods and not be found. But I feel like those kinds of outlaws are a lot kinder than the ones in here. Making something a crime doesn't lower the demand for people to do that thing. I think that can work in some cases, but in this case it was more of a, like, you literally have to become a vegetarian if you live in certain areas now, unless you want to be doing that. Becoming an outlaw. Does it not lower the demand? I'm trying to think if there's any exceptions I can think of. Alters market conditions. Isn't, like, demand a market condition, though? But I guess it does mean that, what is it? There's... shit. Is it cost and demand? That's why they're legalizing hard drugs. There's a lot to unpack for that. There's a lot to unpack. Next up is the soldier. They are horde, intelligent, and organized. They just learn to get it a different way, instead of stopping to get it all together, but making something legal. I guess it might be more of a case also of, like, if it's an item that's being made illegal versus an action. And I guess just thinking about, like, even when it comes to, like, tax stuff, it changes how they get the outcome, but they still go for the outcome nonetheless. Going, not tax evasion exactly, but just more of a case of trying to cut out as much as possible, to owe as little as possible. Just gotta find the next loophole, or make the next loophole, depending. So soldier, horde, intelligent, organized. And they have a spear for d6 damage, 3 hit points, and 1 armor. So, I guess a much lower level knight. Actually, I wonder if this is about equal to some of the other creatures. I say creatures, some of the other monsters from earlier. How does this compare against the bandit, for instance? So there's close and reach for the soldier. So d6, 3 hit points, 1 armor. What about a bandit? 3 hit points and 1 armor. D6. It's the same. They're the same. I need a pointing finger. Finger. It's the same. The bandit is nearly the same as a soldier, just different sides. Is nearly the same as the adventurer. They just have different, they just have different stats in terms of, like, their description and their instinct and their moves. Even actually the rebel is the same. Horde, intelligent, organized. Horde, yeah. It's just difference of range, close and reach. So, I kind of wish they went with, like, more general stat blocks in this sort of case. If they're going to be so, I guess, similar. Like, What is really the difference between a bandit and a soldier? What is really the difference between a bandit and a soldier and a rebel? It's who they're fighting for, isn't it? Even the bandits were hordes, weren't they? Yeah, they were. And the adventurers are hordes, too. Yeah, it's just... what color are they wearing? It's the same photo. It's the same stat block. Different flavor. Granted, the flavor of the moves is fairly important, but it's like on a different level compared to the numbers. It's on a different level. So a soldier. For a commoner with a strong arm, sometimes it's this or be a bandit. It's wear the colors and don ill-fitting armor and march into the unknown with 1,000 other scared men and women conscripted to fight the wars of our time. They could be hiding out in the woods instead, living off poached elk and dodging the king's guard. Better to risk one's life in service to a cause. To bravely toss one's lot in with one's fellows and hope to come out the other side, still in one piece. Besides, the nobles need strong men and women. What is it they say? A handful of soldiers beats a mouthful of arguments. Instinct to fight. Moves include march into battle, fight as one. I've never heard that saying, a handful of soldiers beats a mouthful of arguments. So, basically, the sword is mightier than the pen. Is that what it comes down to? That's what they're saying, right? Although, I guess it kind of makes up a question of division between reading something written and listening to people verbally talk, because I feel like verbal discussions are more apt to turn into like impassioned things that quickly get out of hand. I feel like with writing you don't get that sort of feeling, so it's still different. Just don't go to the summit without a guard, I guess. Don't go to the summit without a guard. Paper does not beat fist. But it does, doesn't it? Paper, fist is rock. Paper covers rock. It does. It does. I mean, there's no reason for it, really, but that's how it works, right? Although... I guess like cover is different. And also thinking, okay, if you actually have a sheet of paper, it's not going to stop the fist unless it is essentially like cardboard. Corrugated cardboard. Wait, actually, I very distinctly remember there being a Mythbusters where they took a piece of paper and they folded it like 8 times or something. There's a certain amount of times that you can fold a paper, and after that it becomes really difficult just from the physics of it all. And I don't remember what the number of folds was. It was kind of a, well, if you fold up the paper enough, it might be hard to punch through. A German physicist? So maybe from those times. What? How many times can you fold a piece of paper? Tap, tap, tap. Many times. It would help if I could spell. Can you fold a piece of paper? Yeah, they did do it, but they had a really big piece of paper, just like they made the lead balloon. They had a lot of trouble sourcing a thin enough lead. Like, it was basically actual tin foil, but lead. They made it work. So yeah. So 7 is the most that you generally can do for normal size. So someone did it with like toilet paper and they did it 12 times. She folded it. But like, that's toilet paper. That's toilet paper. Yeah, I guess toilet paper is like the popular one. Oh, because of the equation? You would need a very long piece, a very big piece of paper for that, wouldn't you? The people who thought they were protected by a peace treaty were suddenly wrong when they were invaded. Yeah. So, I wish everything were so simple to be 42. But I guess also at the end, is everything really so complicated? Oh, I'm seeing the thing about the 42-fold moon bit. If you start with an average piece of paper that's 1/10 of a millimeter thick, so 0.0039 inches thick, it'll be as thick as a notebook after 7 folds. If you keep folding it at 23 folds, it would be 1 kilometer thick, like 3,000, over 3,000 feet thick. At 42 folds, it would extend to the moon, and at 103, it would exceed the size of the observable universe at over 93 billion light years in diameter. Thank you for the raid. I'm sorry for pouting. I didn't mean to pout at you. Thank you for the raid, JoJo's Chaotic Quest. Like Bizarre Adventure a little bit? I hope you had fun time playing Adventure Quest 3D. I've not heard of that game, but I hope it went well. Hello, Cruxacute. Hello, Jojo. Can I call you Jojo? Thank you for the follow as well. Oh, it works. Okay. So I just need to actually bring it in. Yes. Yes. Sometimes people put things... like for me, my name is Evening Primrose, but I guess because it kind of the modifier comes first, it's a little awkward. Like, it's I guess kind of clear for me to call me Primrose versus Evening, but I think that's been an issue for some other people, and I have a bad habit of also doing that with other people, where it's kind of I'm saying the full name when I should only be saying the second half. Hello, Evening. You have no idea how sometimes I get caught up when it's someone saying, when they just say evening, and it's kind of an oh, you're not talking to me. You're not talking to me. Just in case. And there have been some people here doing that, so if their name contains something that is a bit of a common word. But welcome, the Evening Rose. No, I'm not a rose. I'm an Evening Primrose. It's a little different. Primroses don't have thorns. Primroses don't have thorns, among other things. You're surprised I haven't heard? Let me double check. I've had this happen in other cases where it's like, oh, I think it was like Bullet Heart, which is a board game. It was kind of I don't know what Bullet Heart is, and then looking at it, and it's kind of oh, Wait, I've actually played this. I played this. I just don't remember. My memory for names of things is not very good. It's really bad. What is this? I'm looking at Adventure Quest. RuneScape and Neopets. I didn't play a lot of RuneScape. I played a stupid amount of Neopets. I shouldn't say stupid amount of Neopets. I played Neopets. Every now and then I get the itch, but I feel like all that stuff is long gone. All the things that I remember. Is there like a Neopets classic? So I can go play the slots. So I can go play the slots. Just start calling me the. You're not gonna get in trouble, but you might not get a response. I just might not realize. If I could just pick up Evening Primrose on here, I would be so happy on Twitch. And I think if I could get it on Twitter too, that'd be really awesome. That's the reason why my name's so Match. I think that the Evening Primrose was too long for Twitter. And Evening Primrose was taken, so I just swapped to something else. And one day, maybe Evening Primrose. That alone will be mine. A Gringachik Zikaman? Was that an existing character? I don't remember too much of the existing characters except for Balthazar, the wolf. I think he was a wolfy type. And the Kachik kind of looked a little Pikachu-like, right? If I'm thinking about it right? Kachik. Oh, no, it was a cat. Okay. I was thinking of something else. Let me see what I was thinking of. Like it looks like a cute little cat thing. Oh, I had a Kogra. What else was there? I don't see what I'm thinking of, but maybe that's just because there's so many. And I think I was thinking of an Aisha. Those aren't very Pikachu-like either. No, it wasn't that. I thought there was something that was a little bit more mousy looking. It was kind of a case of where there were really so few of them, but I suppose not. Maybe I just made up one in my mind. Maybe I just made it up in my mind. Am I replacing it with a memory of a different type of creature entirely? Or combining the qualities of a few into one? Because I vaguely recall something a little Kachik-like, but then again, it had like more of a mousy tail than that. Thank you. Also, thank you for the follow, Crexecute. I'm sorry I missed that earlier. I don't have sound alert set up for it yet. I meant to update, but I got caught up in doing something else and didn't finish it. I swear my cat prevented me. It's really hard to do audio recording when there's something snuffling right up in there. Yeah, I don't think I ever played Adventure Quest. I don't know why. If I was just not exposed to it somehow? That is it. Because, I mean, I've I've talked about this before, but like there's Neopets, there's RuneScape. I even spent like a tiny amount of time learning about Furcadia. But not this. May have been too deep. Maybe that. I don't know if it was Neopets, to be honest. At that time, 2002. That may have been. I'm not a furry. I am not a furry. I didn't play it for that long. I didn't play it for that long. What I was going to avoid saying was that, yes, there were a lot of furry artists I followed. But that doesn't mean I was a furry, just because I liked furry artists. Could still mean a decade. No, it was much, much shorter than that. I feel like to form a habit, you have to keep with something for at least 2 weeks, right? I think that is something that's been noted in general. Thank you, Edison Rex, for the follow. I hope that's the right way to say that. I'm not a furry. Yes. 100 hours, maybe. I just vaguely, I read a book about this once. It was not a great book, but I think the assumption was something like, if you can keep up a habit if you do it like every day for 2 weeks, like then it really becomes more ingrained and it's easier to keep up. And I feel like that kind of works if you stick with something, a game for instance. A lot of games anyway, maybe not all games, but like Final Fantasy, I played for years. Years. Because like that initial period of like every day for 2 weeks actually happened. I don't think I got that far in Furcadia at all, or in a lot of other. Okay, there's one other MMO-like game. I say MMO-like. It was, in fact, a massively multiplayer, organized. I guess organized? Online RPG, but it was text-based, so it's called a MUD. And I did that for a summer. 21 days, 70 days. 21 days is 3 weeks. Habit formation takes that long. 59 to 70 days. Until it becomes automatic. That's fair. But still, I didn't even hit the 2 week mark for Cadia. Like, I don't even know if I hit the 1 week mark. Here I am talking about furries. Hello, Nickens. Thank you for the raid. You were streaming Wild Frost. I hope that was going well. I'll take a water. We were talking about old habit forming games, I suppose, and what it takes for something to become a habit. Welcome, Raiders. Hello, Blubunga. Yeah. So, like, Furcadia was not a habit. Overwatch was a habit for like half a year, maybe a year. I think actually about a year, maybe 2. Probably not 2 now that I think about it. I think I did get through a year thinking about seasonal skins though. But Actually, I might be able to count that based on the characters I remember playing. I remember starting, I think, when Moira was in playtest, like end of playtest, about to be, well, I say playtest. I think she had just gotten onto the like regular servers, and I stopped. I played while Brigitte was around. I played when Ash was around. I played a little bit when Baptiste was around, but I did not see Eve. Is it Eve? Shit, I don't remember her name. That one. I don't really remember her. So I stopped at that point, at least. Like before her. So I guess sometime after Baptiste was released. Till PvE got cancelled. PvE was never really... I mean, I guess that was Overwatch 2, right? Switch ear. Oh, sorry. Thank you for the follow, Harmonious Gaia. Yeah, I just try and switch every now and then if I remember. Echo. But she looks like Eve, doesn't she? Take up smoking, it'll be healthier for you than League. I don't actually know if I've ever played League, although I think I have some friends. No, they play Dota. I have to admit, I get them confused a lot between the two. I don't really know the difference. Oh, hold on. Do you hear that? I guess he's not crying anymore. Turning up the gain, you can hear like everything now. You can hear the cat crying outside the door even clearer than before, maybe. Let me go check and see if he wants. Oh, okay. I know what he wants. It's dinner time. He wants dinner. Better to play Dota? If you say so. I don't know if I'm gonna be picking up any of those games, to be honest. There's so many other games. Live in a block world. What? No, it's mine. I played a little bit of Minecraft. I know that. I played a free weekend of Dead by Daylight. Yeah, I'm a free weekender for some things. Just to try it out. I don't know if I'm gonna ever really play that again unless it's only friendly matches. Thank you, Harmonious Guy. I'm fine, but I think I do actually need to take like a really quick break to feed the cat. I think I look at the time and it's kind of an he's hungry. Okay. Yeah, go take care of yourself. Streaming can be difficult for a long time. I'm planning on it's about 8. I'll probably be continuing until 9 tonight. Around 9. But sorry to be right back right after the raids, but someone is crying. Someone needs mother's attention. So I will be back. I'm back. The cats have been fed. The cats have been cared for. Thinking, he only gets one more day of acting like a complete and total baby before he gets called out on his act, and then thinking, well, he does get the entirety of tomorrow because tomorrow is vet day. Tomorrow's vet day. So it's going to be traumatizing on its own, even disregarding anything they might do to him, and considering it's a nasal rinse, that's probably going to be fairly traumatizing. So he gets to act the baby tomorrow, too. The entirety of tomorrow. So I guess a little bit longer than 12 hours. Or a little longer than 24 hours worth of baby. Hoping for the best. Yeah, hopefully it won't be... Like, so far, a lot of it's been, like, nothing that can't be dealt with. Hopefully he just has a really stuffy nose, and nasal rinse will clear that out, and that will be it. Actually, hold on. I want to try something out. This is going to be a weird ASMR thing. I don't know if I've done this yet. Actually, can I do it? I can hear everything that I'm doing too, so. Sorry. I do like the traditional ASMR noises. It's fun making it do things like the cupping and stuff, and then how it changes when you do this. When you cup around the ear. It's fun making noises like that. You have seasonal allergies and you act like a baby when you have a stuffy nose. You can fix... Well, I mean, it's not going to make it go away fully. The vroom vroom. Oh, this isn't because of a vehicle. This is just for fun. I like hearing the, ocean. It's like hearing the ocean, isn't it? Sort of. When you do this. I can hear the ocean. And I mean, it's fun to play with the ears too sometimes. But I also know that, I can't really touch them when I'm doing this, when I'm talking exactly, because you can hear when I'm touching them. Hello, Fabian. Say hello to your friend Dario. Thank you for the follow, Fabian. Who is Dario? I mean, it's your friends, but is there anything else to it? Sorry, I'm a little wary. Sometimes people try to catch me to say things. But then again, I've already fallen for it. So, if it is that, does it become a, Dario these nuts kind of thing? Sorry if I've offended your friend Dario. So we finished the soldier, and it was the shocker of learning, it's this or be a bandit. I know what Ligma is. You can't catch me on Ligma. As I say it twice in a row. I'm not gonna say it. Oh, it's kind of do I have too much pride? Do I have too much pride? Doesn't help to say that. Oh no. Fine. ASMR. ASMR. Actually, hold on with that. Let me think. Let me think about how I want to approach this. Enigma. Nuts. Thank you for the water. I also got more water on my break. This has been one of the best things about swapping the body positioning thing. Now I can actually, when I move to the side, I'm actually catching the water. Otherwise, I have to think about mirroring it. Jack got. Better to get got by the knots than gat by a gat. But yeah, a soldier is a bandit, is an adventurer, is... I think it was also a hunter? Or was it also a guardsman? Okay, guardsman is actually stronger. The hunter is too. So what's the difference between a D8 versus a D6? Sorry, click, 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 click. The peasant had nothing. The rebel, that's right, it was the rebel. I knew there was another one that had the same set. Oh, one other change between the others is the adventurer is not organized. Adventurer is not organized. Okay, we only have a few more left before we delve into the second part, which is tier listing. So we have the soldier that we finished. We only have actually 2 more. So this might actually, we might actually wrap up today with this and be able to start afresh next week. Although next week I think I will actually change the time. I think I will change the time to start later. It feels like it's gotten quite a bit quieter out now, so maybe I'll move it to an 8 p.m. start. I'll have to think. I'll have to think. I have to think quick, actually, for that, simply because I should be putting up my schedule tonight or tomorrow. I can still hear them vroom-vrooming, but it's not nearly as loud. Why does the sun have to change like this? 5:01 is late. Look, I started like 2 minutes late. I started 2 minutes late. You got me. You got me through the heart. I was late. Late Primrose was late to stream today. It's easier to count the number of times I've been on time. Or early. Tardy. I saw the alarm go off and I had 1 or 2 things I wanted to do before I hit the start streaming button. 1 or 2 things. And even then I still missed 1 thing I saw. Yeah, that's... I would change, I think, my Twitch handle to that to match Twitter if I didn't like the implications that late has. In terms of, she has a... like, where's the... I guess slightly dead theme, I suppose. And like, no, it's the night. It's late. It's night. But yeah. And also, like, do I want to encourage that late night Primrose? I feel like that's still a bit long. It's still a bit long. I think Evening Primrose is long enough. Evening Primrose is long enough. I feel like there are some other people who have that problem too. Like, it'd be better to have a shorter name. Let's see. That was another thing when I was making one of my tags for art. Kind of a Primrose as a name itself, I guess it doesn't feel super long, but it is hard to combine with a few other things to make it feel concise, so I had to take away the prim part of it, which is kind of an I didn't want to do it, but I didn't want to do it, but to make it shorter. And also to work out another sort of pun. Another sort of pun. The tag I'm talking about is the not actually, maybe I probably shouldn't talk about that on stream. I shouldn't talk about that on stream, but alternate art tag, After Dark Rose. Hello, Quachi. Hope you're doing well. After Dark Rises. The darkness rises. Actually, I've listened to it, but I haven't read it myself. I'm doing fine. It's a little loud here for me. It's a little bit loud. But I'm trying to make do. I'm trying to make do. Tired? I can't 100% promise I'm not going to accidentally make a loud noise, but I'm trying my best. I try my best. Thinking, okay, last week it was a door. I didn't realize I muted the wrong mic for something. So I didn't mute my mic when I was grabbing something from the shed in the garden. And this week I just have everything louder in general. I turned up the gain on the mic because I was informed that my VODs are low in volume, and then thinking about comparing them against other VTubers and listening and comparing, it was kind of an okay. Part of that is because of how I have my particular settings on for volume, but in general I guess I'm quieter. So trying to get more in line with others. Trying to be more in line. I feel like I have a lot of my stuff turned down, which doesn't help. Or I just think that a lot of others are too loud. That might be more of it. But it's better to bring myself into line. And I also kind of have to work on that with adjusting the way I speak too. I'm a little worried that even though I turn the gain up, I turn my own volume down, like self-moderating, and that the effective outcome will be essentially the same regardless of the changes that I've made. I'm a little worried about that. I'm actually quite worried about that. Especially because I can hear my own speaking right now. And thinking about it, I guess I could adjust the volume, but that kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it? Adjusting my own volume. Meaning headphone volume. And I suppose there's another thing. I'm a little worried sometimes if you listen super closely. Oh, actually, I can try and test this out right now. My headphones are open back. So, if I'm not careful, essentially, you can hear the playback. Like, okay. Thank you for the water. Open back is fancy. They're kind of a little fancy, but not like super fancy. And I don't necessarily know if open back are like fancier than closed back. I think for the purposes that I'm using them for, closed back would be way better than open back. But these are, I would say 10-year-old headphones. So they were bought before those sorts of considerations. It was more so for my own enjoyment that I bought open back. And also, this particular type only comes in open back as far as I know. Hmm. Yeah, but it's for like listening back of things versus recording. They're not, I don't think they're very good for recording in because, again, you can get the feedback. No, I don't really think I need to update. I've swapped out the pads. There's elastic on them that I've adjusted. I don't think there's anything wrong with the actual headphones. In fact, I think that getting replacements might be worse. I have, like, these ones were made in Austria. I think any replacements like that would not be, they're no longer made there. But yeah, I think you might be able to hear it if I do something like, actually, can I do this? Not certain if you're able to hear it. More up-to-date drivers? Maybe. I don't know if the particular, like, if I were to get another set of these, if that would be, if they've done that sort of thing. And they're really nice. I like them. You would recognize them maybe as the K-On headphones. Shit. It was Mio's headphones. Shh. Yes, I fell for it. But you know what? They're really nice. They're really nice. They place a lot of pressure on the top of your head, but they place a lot less pressure on your ears, which is a big thing for me. And they just need to, the elastic needs to loosen up like a little bit for the top of the head issue to go away. So I don't really know how many other groups create headphones like that. Again, I haven't really researched either necessarily into getting a set of replacements. Okay, the Spy. The Spy has no... They have a stat block, but it's only description, pretty much. No numbers whatsoever. So, either too strong or don't put up a fight at all. One of the two. So the Spy. Beloved of kings, but never truly trusted. Mysterious, secretive, and alluring. The life of a spy is, if you ask a commoner, full of romance and intrigue. They're a knife in the dark and a pair of watchful eyes. A spy can be your best friend, your lover, or that old man you see in the market every day. One never knows. Hell, maybe you're a spy. They say there's magic that can turn folks' minds without them ever knowing it. How can we trust you? Instinct to infiltrate. Moves include report the truth and double cross. Sorry, I realized that this was the thing I was worried about earlier. You have the VIP because when you did the word challenge, I programmed it to assume that I would fail, so it gives you the VIP automatically so you can do the command, and because I didn't fail, you still have VIP, and that was like the one thing, like, it's not gonna happen. I would like to believe I would like to believe in myself, but so just I haven't had VIPs before, so I just am surprised, like, whoa, there's a blue border around this name. Not blue, purple. Who is it? Oh, it's hidden. What's I usually see that for other types of things, like other markers. So just surprised of seeing VIPs being called out. Time to post virus links. I don't know what the default options are. Actually, wait, hold on. You can post links as a regular user. You don't get banned for that. I would not suggest posting virus links. But I don't know what other, like, normal things what normal things are programmed in that you're allowed to do as a VIP that you can't do as a regular user. Even if they're not allowed? Really? I only trust that because I'm pretty certain a virus link is not the name of a domain. It's not top level domain, TLD. I know Twitch just likes to do that for everything. I can't blame them. They could parse. Except, wait. Isn't there... Didn't they just start allowing, like, .zip and stuff like that to be top level domain now? Which is really crazy. Ah. Huh. I've never used slow mode or emote only, I think. I don't think I've done that, so these are all new to me. I haven't needed to. I haven't felt the need to. Just thinking the smug emote, the smug and upset emotes are really a good idea looking back on this, because it's just they're getting a lot of use at my expense. And I'm sure that would also stay true for like emote only mode. Also, is this I am Miranda, is she a I was thinking initially, is she a horse girl? And then, no, Miranda, she's a cowgirl, is that? Are those horns at the top? Okay, she's a cow. Okay. Every time I see the art, I think of, I don't remember her name, the girl with the short dark hair from Trigun. Not Millie Thompson, the other one. It's bad. It's weird that I can remember the name of Millie, but I can't remember the other one. But yeah, I just think it's her. Because of the short, dark... Meryl? Yeah, it must be Meryl. Meryl and Millie. Okay. I'm taking you on your word for that. It sounds about right. Millie's best girl. Millie's quite sweet. I think... how to put it? Your tastes change as you grow older, so I may have seen Meryl as being too... I guess there's the whole concept of, like, blood types, right? And how they affect your personality, so, like, oh, Meryl is too, like, type A. I like Millie better. She's, what, like, type B or O, like that kind of feeling. It's strict versus lazy type thing, sort of. Or, like, easygoing, I should say. She's too worrisome, and now it's kind of I can see from both sides more clearly the benefits and detriments of each. Yeah. Yeah, she was quite tall, wasn't she? Alpha and beta? Maybe, but I thought that there was a concept of like type A personality. I know that back in the day, characters would have their blood types often not necessarily talked about, but they would be brought up in their character sheets, so to speak. So you'd have like height, weight, and blood type. And blood type, I want to say, I think it usually kind of matched their personality. Yeah, it's 100% like only really used in Japan type thing, and it doesn't actually apply. It's made up. Yeah, it's a trope. So, I believe like Zelgadis was AB. Fuck, I don't remember anyone else's. You can tell who my favorite character was because I remember their blood type. I really don't remember the rest. But yeah, I mean, it's basically like another zodiac thing, right? You can totally tell what someone's personality is based on when they were born. If they're a Scorpio or a Libra. I know my own blood type. I've gotten blood drawn before. Yeah, also in the Final Fantasy VII book, they also list blood types. It's red. You know, some people have green blood, or purple blood, or yellow blood. Especially when it comes to VTubers. I have red blood. I believe for like a lot of things you can tell what color blood people have based on like how they blush, if they're capable of blushing, and also like mouth inner type stuff. I think it wasn't actually, hold on. It wasn't just Final Fantasy VII that had the blood type bit. Copper based. You forgot your favorite character's blood type? How dare you, Hayden? How dare you? But yeah, it was popular in older manuals, older properties. I don't know if they do it as much in newer things. Like, do they have in Konosuba? Do folks know the blood types of the characters? What are the blood types? Oh, yeah, they do. They do have their blood types. Oh, wait. I looked up Konosuba blood types, and the first thing that came up was Negima blood types. Green-blooded jerk. So yeah, I guess I don't know if Konosuba has the blood types listed out. But Negima sure does. I'm gonna double check. Yep, okay. Yeah, Zelgadis had AB. Negima, really? Lena's blood type was A, apparently. I'm getting this information from a tripod site, so you know it can be trusted. It's your favorite shonen series? Which Negima, I suppose, is the question. Isn't there more than one? I have to admit, I don't know a whole lot about Negima aside from, I suppose, the one where he's teaching like a huge fucking gaggle of girls. He's what, like a 12-year-old wizard boy teaching a bunch of like basically high school girls. Negima. Crying over Spock. I thought the spin-off of Negima was more popular than the original, to be honest. But again, not super knowledgeable on Negima aside from that. And that may have also been a case of like when I came into the fandom. I've watched extremely little of the original original Star Trek. I've only watched a little bit of a couple of Star Trek stuff. I tried to watch, I think, the first episode. No, I did finish, I think, the pilot for Deep Space Nine, I think. That's the one with the... it doesn't have Captain Janeway. I don't remember his name. Someone else is Captain. And I remember him... It was a rather long pilot, well shot, but I was watching it because a friend wanted to watch it, and she fell asleep during it. She fell asleep. Just like, you can't leave me here alone with this. You're trying to watch this to impress a boy, to get more into what he's into, and I'm just here along for the ride. The first season, Strange New Worlds. Is that the new Star Trek? Cisco. I thought it was like, wait, no, I guess I'm thinking of the wrong kind of Cisco. Like, I know that's how Cisco, the company, is spelled. I don't honestly know which came first. Okay, with a K. I do remember watching a little bit of Next Generation and stopping because I really fucking hated the kid so much. Clearly my answer should have been to impress the boy instead of her. I never met the boy. He wasn't in the picture. I never met him. It was more like a, like, come over and we'll watch something, and she had something to watch for something else. Eye and tongue color? I want to say I'm more elf than plant. I'm more elf than plant. So I still bleed red. Yeah, I couldn't get through the rest of the season, I guess, though. So I stopped. And I've seen like sparse random episodes of the original, but again, like, I don't know. I wasn't impressed. Yeah, I like Data. I like Data. My sisters, actually, one of them was a very big fan of Star Trek, especially The Next Generation. The other one was a very big fan of Star Wars. There were no wars, though, as far as I know. They were able to share. And then I had a cousin who was really big into X-Files, and all I could think of is looking back on the, like, way her walls were plastered with magazine clippings and stuff. It's kind of looking back, like, is this Yume Joshi or is this Fujoshi tendencies running in the family? I can't tell. I can't tell. There's something clearly going on in the family line, because it's not the water. Data and Morph. Yeah, I remember those characters pretty strongly. Characters pretty strongly. So some of the episodes I saw were simply because of my sister, and they were later episodes. She would watch it, and, you know, nothing else to do before the internet sometimes. Original series first, because ahead of the time, but also still being held back. Yume Joshi? Yume Joshi is... Maybe I should actually bust out the book to make sure I'm right on this. It's... So, basically, like, a girl who's interested in guys, of course, but, so, like, for Fujoshi, they want to see two boys kiss, right? Yume Joshi, they want to see the boy kiss them. So, for instance, if you're a fan of a particular idol or something, very strongly, so that wanting to be the love interest of the boy. So apparently it's literally Dream Girl. It just sound like normal. I think it's the extent to which they take it, though. But I think it's also just to differentiate, like, no, I'm not interested in seeing two boys kiss. I want the boy to kiss me. So, this is something that you sometimes... I think it might actually be, like, a bigger thing in fandom than you would think, because you will never complain about BL. I probably shouldn't call it yandere, because looking at it, I can also see another bit of it. Kiss me, not him. Yeah. If you've ever gone through searching through like fanfiction and stuff, it's depending on what you're interested in, it can be quite difficult to find stuff that's not in the Fujoshi category. So I can understand why there came about a word to basically be non-Fujoshi, essentially. You still relate because you want boys to kiss you. I've heard it said that like you're either one or the other. I don't necessarily know if that's true. Like I don't. I think there's appropriate times to be both. Yeah, vanilla is probably a good way of describing it. So this article talking about, so like the Fujoshi is watching over, there are a third party involved, and the Yumejoshi wants to be first party. So, and also like viewing the character as your boyfriend. And there's also like otome stuff. There's otome stuff specifically aimed at girls from a girl's perspective. I say from a girl's perspective, but active participation versus actwashi, yeah, that too. Yeah. Oh, right, okay, so this is something else that came up in here, talking about, girl, I had water, okay? The mic is a lot more sensitive now. The mic is a lot more sensitive. Oh, boom, boom. It was a cat. It was a cat, okay? Every noise is a cat. That noise you can hear outside, that's a cat. It's cats. All the way down. All the way down. So, this is something more so to do with the advent of the internet. I don't really know if this was a thing back in the day. This is something I see in some fanfiction stuff. Cat made. Do you have 100 key points? Shit. You could. The tuba that you hear. Yeah, it's all cats. You could challenge me, make me lose twice. You can challenge me and make me lose twice. No, Despair, no. No. Please, no. I wonder what this is going to do. I feel like this is going to be bad. Can I do this right now? This might break the stream. Hold on. What? No. No. I was about to unpublish. While streaming. Like, what does it do to unpublish? Unpublish? I don't know what it's gonna do, and I'm all afraid that it's gonna, like, really fuck things up if I do that. Thank you. You're just... That's a bully move now. Give me water. Fine. Okay, there we go. I mean, it's still there, but fuck. I can't do it. Okay, fine. If you're gonna do that, unpublish. Unpublish. Stream is still running. What are you doing? What are you doing? Click, click. Doop, doop. No! Why gotta be so mean? I think if you are that interested in having like a non-challenge version to get that, I can make that a more costly redeem in the future. I don't know about making 100k channel points. That seems excessive. But I also know that there are people who have a shit ton of points banked. So, maybe more like a 10k redeem. Maybe more like a 10k redeem. 69,000. I don't. No? Sorry, I thought I just heard a cat sneeze. I think I did. He's been sneezing a lot. He's been sneezing a lot. Thanks. I will relay that to the cat. 10k for 10 minutes. A cat made for him. I think it would be two different 10k. Yeah, it was the cat. Look, I got a lot of cats in this house. There's a lot of cats. A lot of cats. Okay, so we have left. We did the spy. Tinker is actually the last. Look. Nothing goes away on the internet. I understand that. Nothing goes away. But you don't have to keep bringing it up. No proof means it doesn't happen. Memory is a fickle thing. Memory is a fickle thing. Oh my god. People may remember it one way, but it didn't actually happen that way. And again, this is something I've learned from watching other streamers. Just because there is no published VOD or they set it to not publish doesn't mean that someone didn't record it. Not that there would be someone like that here necessarily, but it does happen. The Tinkerer. The Tinkerer. It's... Hold on. You can hear that. Sorry, that's... the chest. It's said that if you see a tinker on the road and you don't offer him a swig of ale or some of your food, that he'll leave a curse of bad luck behind. A tinker is a funny thing. These strange folk often travel the roads between towns with their oddment carts and favorite mules, with a ratty dog and always a story to tell. Sometimes the mail, too, if you're lucky and live in a place where Queen's Post won't go. If you're kind, maybe they'll sell you a rose that never wilts, or a clock that chimes with the sound of fairy laughter. Or maybe they're just antisocial peddlers. You never know, right? Instinct to create. Moves include offer an oddity at a price, spin tales of great danger and reward in far-off lands. If you see Tinkerer, is Tinkerer a Spider-Man enemy? Propaganda. I mean, if a tinker is able to give you a rose that never wilts or a clock that chimes the sound of fairy laughter, I too would want to make sure I don't offend the tinkerer. Or the tinker? Do they switch between tinker? Or do they only call him tinker? They only call him tinker in the text block description, but they don't have it in the title. A Fantastic Four villain? You can hear fairy laughter. They might be fae. They might be. If I'm right, they're not just peddlers necessarily, but I think they also are someone who fixes things that are a little bit harder to fix, but aren't very often needed to be fixed, I think. At least that's what my thought was. I don't know Spider-Man at all, aside from I've seen the first trilogy. I say first trilogy. Tinker, Tailor, Soldier, Spy. I read the synopsis for that. I don't fucking remember anything about it though. Because like it sounds cool, right? It flows very well. Tinker, Tailor, Soldier, Spy. Oh wait, no, I remember. Those were all code names essentially for our characters in this, I don't want to say story, but in the movie. So at least that's what I thought it was. Hold on. I feel like that might be a bit old for other people in the audience though. Because that was... Wait, it really only came out in 2012? I thought it was older than that. 2011. There was a novel. Okay. I'm thinking of the novel, I think, as well as the TV series, maybe. Yeah. 79. So yeah. Looking for the spy among the different characters. The tinker, the tailor, the soldier, and some other ones too. Okay. There was a British TV series, The book originally was a 1974 spy novel by a British-Irish author. So it was a British Secret Intelligence Service novel. Or not novel, but like it was Brits versus Soviets. Oh. So when the book was released, members of the Cambridge Five had been exposed as KGB spies. So it was a book not tackling, but it was a particularly fresh time for it to be about. Thank you for the follow, McQueen Rooster. KGB. I don't remember what. Okay. So it's the Committee for State Security, but that's not the. In Russian, it's KGB. Komitet Gosudar. I can't pronounce that. But in Russian, it starts as KGB. Yeah, I can't read Russian. I can't read Cyrillic. That's out of my knowledge wheel. There's a red spy in the base. I played a little bit of that game, just like a tiny bit, but that habit didn't stick either. Unless I did once play a little bit of, is it the black spy versus the white spy game? So I guess when I think about spies first, what kind of spies do I think of? Yeah, I think the spy versus spy is a bit more fresh in my mind. Not fresh, but a bit comes to mind a bit more than the Team Fortress spies. You escape from Cuba? The spy? From Spy versus Spy? Or do you mean spy from Team Fortress? I know that there's a little bit of lore regarding them, the characters from Team Fortress, but I've only seen like a couple of the shorts. Like the Pyro one and a couple others. The Pyro one stands out the most. Oh. The author who did Spy vs. Spy. There are comics for it. I didn't realize. I never read them. Ah. Oh, there's actually quite a number of people who've picked up the mantle of Spy vs. Spy because it's a Mad Magazine thing. Okay. So, okay. So reading a bit about the author who created Spy vs. Spy. Antonio Prohías was a prolific cartoonist in Cuba known for political satire. He fled to the U.S. on May 1st, 1960, 3 days before Fidel Castro's government nationalized the last of the Cuban Free Press. So, he traveled to May 1st, 1960. He fled to the U.S. July 12th, 1960. Did I say 1860? Shit. 1960. Like, 2 months later, he went to Mad Magazine in New York City to basically get hired. That's kind of cool. I'm glad. You can read them all for free online. The comics for Team Fortress. I heard recently that the Overwatch comics got memory hold. Is this true? Does anyone who play or know Overwatch lore know if this is true? I think I actually have the comic book. Or maybe I just borrowed it. I may have just borrowed it. I liked it. It's just kind of an, you didn't have to like get rid of the entire thing. Are you sure they just weren't getting more hats? They gave the snakes better texture in one of the maps. I mean, it's still something. Maybe the snakes really needed that update. Just thinking there was an update in Final Fantasy XIV after the release of the big expansion, and one of the things that they did in like the patch, I think it was like a quickish patch, was they fixed the texture on the grapes. They fixed the texture of the grapes so they weren't like basically a crystal. Because it was comically bad. Yeah. And it was very blatant because there was a section where they had a cutscene where it's going over the beautiful fields and you see this fucking like square of grapes. Oh yes, the beautiful produce. You couldn't even allocate like another 2 polygons. Actually, I need more than 2 polygons for those grapes, but I'm sure I can find an image if I look hard. Or not even. How bad the grapes were. Okay. I mean, I guess they said it was just kind of a accident of making the game was unplayable. Yeah. These were the grapes. These were the grapes before the fixing. This was actually probably from the cutscene too. Yeah. Before the update. How does it look after the update though? Okay, I found a picture after the upgrade, so to speak. And honestly, like, it's still funny. It's just that it's way less bad. Okay, this is after the update. Like, it's still not great, but it's way better. It's way better than this. Yeah. Yeah, but in comparison, considering that it's just like it's a background element, and remember this is a game that initially suffered from having there was pottery that had a higher polygon count than player characters, like a background thing. It's still like a 2. So, and they're also still running on this on what, like a PS. Can you run a Final Fantasy XIV on like a PS3? They are giving it another upgrade in the next big expansion. Can you run on a PS3? Or is it only PS4? Okay. Hold on. In 2017, they ended the PS3 support, so it's PS4 up. But yeah. It's certainly something. It's certainly something. So we can go back to not this. So, quick tier listing of all the rest of these critters. I am like actually kind of disappointed in the fact that all these things are basically the same. I think it's really funny, but also kind of sad that they have like literally the same stuff. At the same time, how many ways can you skin a cat? How many ways can you take the same basic human or humanoid and not give him the same stat block? When they're something kind of common, I guess maybe if they at least given them like very slightly different hit points or AC, not AC, armor. Toothpaste, toothbrush. Oh, I think the problem with the pot thing though for Final Fantasy XIV was just that the backgrounds, like, it was super beautiful, but it made your game run like crap. It made your system run like crap because of that. Like, you needed a really powerful machine to run it well, or turn down the graphics really low. But even then, how much can that help if the polygon count is so high? I guess I don't really know. How much do I have left of the book? We are it. Bum. We're on page 321 out of 410. So we have less than 100 pages left, but considering everything, that's probably going to be I like to estimate, if there's nothing, if there's no major tangents, it could be like getting done with like 30 to I've done books in short amount of time. I've done like 80 pages. But I've also had times where there's been a lot of side discussion and we've gotten like 10 pages done. So there's a lot of variation. Like, I could bust it out as a YouTube only thing. Like, maybe I will if it means that there won't be any catches. No gotchas while reading. Four hours to do. Yeah. And here's the analysis paralysis section. Have you ever joined, or like you had a friend who started a D&D group or another game group, honestly, and you never actually get around to doing the thing that you gathered to do? That's the stream. I meant to end at 9, but we're gonna get through this. We're gonna put these all 8. Are you sure? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it was 8. It was 8. Also, thank you, Cookie XX, for the follow. Sorry I missed that earlier. We started at night. Although really it was 5 p.m. EST. So it might be a different value of night for some people versus others. I try. I know I'm not a father. I can't make dad jokes very well. It was Rebel and Soldier. There's the flavor for adventure, I guess, kind of brings it up a little bit, just like a tiny bit, but at the same time it's still the same fucking step. Wait, I didn't want to put it that high. We're gonna start a new row here. Click. Oop. And we're gonna put it in here. Bad pun, look. I was going to say, what did you come here for if it wasn't for bad puns? Not that I make them a whole lot. And then your answer is going to be gurgling noises or something like that. Fuck. And that's on the answer I want to hear. I don't know what answer I really want, but shit. I've been trying to be very good about putting my VODs onto YouTube and like cutting out long intros and breaks and stuff like that, and removing just like very tiny things like oh the ad here, I forgot about that, and no one's gonna like it. This is gonna be unpublished, and then in 2 weeks you're gonna see it show up on YouTube. I'm trying to put it so it's on like a 2 week delay, so once it comes off of Twitch, it goes on to YouTube. But there's been a few that do not follow that, along with the ones that just can't go to YouTube. No stream on June 4th. What else was there? I didn't actually look. The spy didn't have appreciable stuff, right? Oh, right. I installed something. So I have 18 tabs open right now, which again is not like a huge amount. Actually, hold on. Does it count this if I close these two? Nope. Okay, so it only counts them in one browser. Of course. Of course. So 18, so 21. 21's not so bad. I'll close a few for you, just for you. Don't need grapes, don't need a definition of a Yumejoshi. Can you fold a piece of paper? Getting rid of Adventure Quest, getting rid of Kachik, getting rid of Neopets. Doll stuff stays. The doll stuff stays. Look, it's down to 12. It's down to 12. Still needs to calculate XP for Pathfinder group. Are they? Oh, I guess it would be better to do it fresher. At first I thought it was more of a, you're doing it, like you're having the game tonight, you need to calculate before the game. Why does the doll stuff have to stay? Why are you being upset about that? Of course the dolls stay. I have to vote. I have to vote. I missed out on voting for the dolls, so I'm gonna vote for the outfit I want. Or outfits. It's gonna be hard to decide. We have the game? Yeah. So it's better to do it like when it's fresh in your mind, or you're fucking scampering right beforehand. You can also delegate that to a player. If there's someone you trust to do the calculating for you. I mean, they should also be able to show you the math. But I guess there's also the case of things that may earn experience that is not necessarily visible, I suppose. Shh. Look, this thing runs. No, that tab is staying open. Can I like pin that to open every time I open my browser? Because you can vote once a day, and I intend to finish out this voting period voting for what I want. I'm getting those doll outfits. It's been a while since I've done the Click Wars. But I have another chance. I have another chance now. And these are collab outfits too. Those don't come about every day. You can trust us, we got enough XP to level to 20. That's why you have to trust your players. Without trust, there's nothing. Yeah. I should add it to a start mage. Oh, you're running from an adventure path. Vote, bookmark the tab and close it, right? Yeah, totally. Whatever you say, whatever you want to believe, that's true. Absolutely. Honestly, for a lot of these, okay, so I want to actually split these out into two sets. I want to split out the keeping the tab up, flashbang. I'm going to be writing on the side. I need like to open up a thing for this. Which one of these has a stat block and which one doesn't? A twit longer. I feel like, it's not that weird. This has to be, this is not just mine. Do people just have one tab and they just go through the history instead of opening new tabs? But yeah, I guess it really is, some people have, like, they use one tab, maybe two, three if they are getting real feisty. And yeah, people who have, like, oh, it's crashing because I have, like, 8 groups of tabs, and each one of those groups of tabs has, like, 80 tabs inside of it. There's, like, 2 camps. Research for a paper. Look, some of it was because I was doing research for stuff, and it wasn't for a paper, but it was research. And all the streaming stuff, that's research too. That's research too. So the Tinkerer has no... Okay, that's all caps. Tinkerer. No stats versus... Yeah, stats. Would have if I'd spelled that right. Yeah. Tinker, Spy. Might be easier for me just to go through the ones that do except Soldier, but we already covered Soldier. I'll write it down anyway. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. I should have gone. I got this keyboard before I decided to stream, so I thought this was my MMO keyboard. Kind of it doesn't need to be quiet, it just needs to be reactive, I guess. Like, there's a certain kind of ka-chunk feeling to it, but not like a big ka-chunk. So I went with, like, the middle of the road type of keycaps or whatever. I don't really understand keyboard people. Not that there's anything wrong with being super into your keyboard, just, I guess, it's like people who are really into cars, right? It's a tool to me versus like something to obsess over or to get like really detailed about. And then thinking about, is there something that other people view as a tool that I guess, put a lot more thought into choosing and selecting, and it's kind of a... I don't really know, but I'm sure I could hit upon that if I think hard enough. Because a lot of things I like are, I guess, not really tool. Like a doll is not a tool. It's like, you could call it a piece of art, I suppose. It's in that kind of category. It's definitively a hobby object that has no exact use. Yeah, my PC though is fine with all using resources except for space. I've been actually running out of scratch disk space because I need to clean up things in my main drive. I have space on my other drives, but not the main one. That's the problem. A microphone with ears. I mean, if I were picky about it, I wouldn't have gone with the 3DO. I wanted to make my own, but it was difficult. God, I shouldn't say it's difficult. You need certain specialized tools that I don't know if I would use again. And there are other brands of them, but this one seemed the easiest. Buy 10 more SSDs. The problem is, though, that this is where my main stuff goes. This is the main SSD, so I need to move stuff around. Or I just need to buy a bigger SSD and replace it for the main one. keyboard people are weird because keyboard ASMR is obviously the louder it is, the better it is. Do people really do keyboard ASMR? I haven't heard too much of it. I've heard. I've never really come across it. I've never really come across it. It always seems like something you need to apologize for. The tapping. I guess I've heard of like typewriter-ish type ASMR. But the chunk of a typewriter is like vastly different. Keycaps that make nice noises. Yeah. I guess I'm more used to hearing the kind of I'm not gonna call it traditional, but they're like weird squelchy ear noises, I guess, sort of, like doing things. But it's not just that, it's also like other things close. Like there's one that I like that is the ears are covered in like this glitter glue. And what they do is they like tap and scrape. It's like you're at the dentist's office. The noises that get made. And I like that. And then there's the peeling of the like glitter glue off of it too, like using the it's a metal pick. It's unpleasant. Yeah, there's for some people, yes. I can't blame you for not. Especially with the way I describe it as like, yeah, it's like being in the dentist's office and it's kind of a prim, what the fuck is wrong with you? But waterfalls or cars driving by. Waterfalls. I guess I don't like running water noises that much unless it's like quiet rain. Thank you, the master. Thank you, the Master Hentai, for the follow. Oh, it was almost long enough to wrap, but not quite. Hello. Hope you're having a good day. Good night. Reading feels kind of like it's in a weird case. It's not like it's not really proper ASMR, I feel like, but it's adjacent. It's adjacent. No, that's fine, that's fine. I totally understand. It's divisive. I know that there's a lot of people who just don't understand it. And thinking about, like, there's one other video I remember seeing where you're at the barber shop and like the spritzing noises and like there's no vocals, there's no voice at all, like the snip snip of the scissors and brush of the hair and things like that. It's maybe relaxing is not quite the right word, but it's something. And I know that there's others where there's a lot of squelching noises that's evocative in a different manner. There's different if you enjoy it, you enjoy it. If you enjoy it, you enjoy it. You don't have to enjoy all the different types. Your caring and supportive Uncle Funky Kong gives you a ride home from the airport. Wait, it's a real... I can imagine it. I can imagine that sort of thing. Hearing traffic on the way home. And the radio being on low enough that you can talk over it theoretically. But you don't have to talk necessarily. Silence is okay too sometimes. And the click, click, click of the indicator sometimes, and the revving of engines slowly as you as you come up from a stoplight. And maybe some like under the that's just not the right phrase. I'm thinking under the voice, but it's not under when you mutter. Muttering like a mild curse or something at one of the other drivers, just sprinkled in there. Using my frog telephone to call my divorced wife. Does it get a little peanutsy? A narrative more than the sounds themselves. Under your breath. Okay, yeah. Under your breath. That is what I was looking for. Thank you. Under your voice. What was I thinking? So yeah, the audio drama, but from like a more, maybe personalized, a more intimate perspective, versus the focusing on noises themselves, not division. Okay, I had this up. So we had Rebel, we had Peasant, we had Noble. Noble had no stats. The bad ASMR ideas. Depends on how you put them out. Depends on how you put them out. I'm sure you can make it off. It's production value. Production value. Thinking a little bit more about the night and like how it's balanced, and then realizing it's the same as another stat block in here. Let's save the High Priest. Hedge Wizard. The Halfling Thief. I was talking earlier about how these things don't really seem considerate necessarily of how they look next to each other. And plot twist, neither is the tier list. Neither is the tier list. Okay. Cool. We have the Bandit King. Because I think it was a case of... Let me have the Bandit. Okay. So... I might as well delete that. I'm gonna close that tab. High Priest. High Priest was last week. High Priest was last week. It was... actually... Flashbang. I'm sorry. Flashbang. High Priest... Wait, there's one more above Bandit, wasn't there? Wasn't there? Yes, there was. The Adventurer and the Acolyte. Okay. Because I remember the Acolyte thinking, wow, where's the Priest? And they eventually brought it out. Adventurer. Can help if I can spell Adventure. So the Acolyte can't all be the High Priest, they said. So I might as well compare the Acolyte versus the High Priest right now, because they directly relate to each other. The High Priest. I unironically like the Acolyte more. I feel like it's... I wish they had given them an actual stat block, I guess, a little bit, considering they're supposed to be a bit more put together, I guess, than the Acolyte. Acolyte's at least funny. Acolyte's funny. High Priest. I'm not enthused. Actually, I have to move this down further. Oh, did I put it in the wrong spot? Okay, I just need to move it up one, actually. Every time I add a row, I have to do this. I could do it automatically, too, but I didn't set it up that way now, and I don't know if I will. God. I feel a little bad. The Hunter... I'm not enthusiastic about it either. I couldn't need another row. I feel a little bad for putting them all down here, but they don't tug at my heartstrings at all. At least the spy is kind of cool in concept. We'll put the spy up higher. The flashbang. There will be no VOD. Shh. Shh. There will be a VOD maybe on YouTube in 2 weeks. The Fool is easily S tier. I think that the Fool and the Spy can kind of get matched together too. I like the Peasant too. I really like the Peasant. The fact that they keep that bit on the side. So we had the Spy. And we had the Fool. Okay, yeah. The Fool is... I think I'm gonna put them in A tier. I don't know if they're really cool enough to be S tier. But they are really cool. Let's see. Did I already move that? I think I did. Okay, I'm actually gonna move the Spy up a little higher too. You relate to the Peasant? I want to say, are you a console person? Is that why you relate? I have consoles too. I mean, I've been playing on the Switch after all. I'm a little sad. I don't have a PS5, so I can't join in on the Final Fantasy 16 stuff. But at the same time, it's gonna come out on the PC eventually, so I just have to wait and hope, in case like not a lot of people, if a lot of people do the same thing, hopefully it won't like fuck it over too bad. I am looking forward to it. Okay, Peasant's pretty cool. Hunter. Okay, it's not as bad as F. Nothing is as bad as F. We are going to... What is in this frame? Oh, I left an empty frame. Let me just grab that. Move that. We're gonna move the Hunter in D. I guess they're like not the worst. They're just... there's something about it. They could have done better. Not because you're covered in mud. You took a shower today, right? You took a shower today? I understand that depending on where you are, you may not need to shower every day, but you showered before coming to my stream, right? It's okay. It's okay. Being in the garden can, how to put it? I guess if you're getting dirty anyway, doesn't matter if you're already dirty when you arrive. Battle odor? Are you talking about Axe body spray or something else? Are you talking about like some sort of smell that keeps people away? Like armor? I would say boy smell, but that has its own baggage. Whatever you think, yes. Boy smell. I don't know the boy smell coffee pasta. Is that a boy I smell? I don't have hard eyes. Although I do actually have. Wait, hold on. Is that a boy I smell? What? Okay, stretch. Okay. A Final Fantasy XIV copy pasta. I could. I don't remember off the top of my head the proper one. I don't remember. But hey, if it converts some of you to play Final Fantasy XIV. What is the script? Okay. Okay. I found it. But I think this is a small version. Okay. How does it go? Oh, it is actually quite short. No, it's not the ooh version. Ooh. Not ooh. I don't know if I can ooh. I flipped to the section for the copy pasta and there's just it's got a still from one of the videos that they made as a commercial. Well, it's a commercial. One of the commercial videos that they made, and it's just the Estinian cosplayer. It's just the Estinian cosplayer striking a cool leaning pose. I can't stop. I'm sorry. Fuck. Okay, I have to like scroll away from that. Shut up. Look, it like helps. Did Uno that what? How do you do that? That dot? Okay, I can do the regular one though. Did you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial and includes the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion up to level 60 with no restrictions or on playtime? Sign up and enjoy Eorzea today. And that's the point where you show the club ad. The Billboard club ad. Because if the rest didn't get them, then maybe that will. Let's see. Refuse to move my tongue? That's impossible. I move my tongue too much. I know for singing practice, for instance, told like get mush mouth. Don't pronounce the syllables or don't pronounce consonants that much. And a few other things, and it's kind of I can't I can't stop it. I mean, I'm working on stopping it, but do you know that do you know that the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial and includes the entirety? Fuck. Shit. I can't finish that. Is that what they meant by mushmouth? Fuck. Yeah, no, it's definitely getting deleted. Pitch my voice up. I don't know if I could do that and keep that up and also keep up the ASMR. Let me think if I can do that. Hold on. I might have to move a bit away from the mic to do that. Did you know that a quickly acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial? Like that? Is that higher pitched enough? Okay. At least you didn't ask me to go lower. I don't know if I'd be able to do that for this. It just gets worse and worse. Yeah, my vocal range is so incredible. Is that really how people do uwu voice? They just like let their tongue sit at the bottom and don't move it? Click. Discord kitten reading it near to you. Less wet? I can understand that. I'm not certain how to achieve that, and that might be partly because of how close I am and how sensitive the mic is, or that might just be something I have to work on. I'm not gonna practice anymore on stream. I'm not gonna practice anymore on stream. Not half duration. It's not been that bad. Not that bad. What was the merchant like? I'm gonna flashbang. Oh, flashbang. So we had the Fool. We had the Bandit King. Okay, the Bandit King is pretty fucking cool. I think this is cooler than the Knight, for instance. We're gonna pop the Bandit King up. Better to rule in hell than serve in heaven. Yeah. So Bandit King is like B. And Knight feels kind of OP. When people use the qualifier that, it is definitely bad. It's not that. It's not that bad though. It's not been that long. Tries to read a book to chat, ends up devolving into uwu speech. There are some ASMR people when they're reading, they just ignore chat. Like, it's no chat interaction. It's kind of is it a mistake to interact with chat this much when doing a reading? It does lengthen their reading time. This is just kind of an extended chat, ASMR chat with reading sprinkled in. Sometimes it's more reading than others. When it's books, fiction books, I feel like more reading than discussion. But with this, it's not so bad. And isn't the point of a streamer usually to a bit make a fool of yourself or educate? And I am at least doing one of those things right now. I'm at least doing one of those things. didn't interact with chat much. You watch VODs on YouTube. But then how will I see the ASMR girl write my name on her arm or something while she's making licky noises into the mic, but not talking? How would that happen? Hmm? Armor isn't worth it, you gotta go for the... Do they? I've not seen inner thigh. I've mostly seen, I think, arms and maybe... I don't know if I've seen chest, but like upper chest. But I don't... I have to qualify, I don't watch a whole lot of live streamers who do ASMR. I've only watched like one or two because, reasons. Reasons. I'm thinking about it. She might do face too, honestly. I'll have to check later. I haven't seen many of her VODs in a while. Tinkerer was fine. I think Tinkerer was interesting. But it's kind of maybe in the vein of like the night and stuff. What is this conversation? Offer to write names on it for donations. I've done some, I've seen some streams where artists have done like you pay them money and they will like draw it live on stream right there. Like you don't come in necessarily with a plan, just spend the money. It just kind of happens. I guess that's more often during like longer streams where they get through a couple different projects, or like quicker sketches, I suppose. And I think I've seen some other people more recently do like the body writing, and some of those are, I don't think were ASMR necessarily. They were just regular, well, they were VTubers, but they also had like a body cam on. Do the Skechers have Heelys? Aren't Heelys a completely different brand than Skechers? Yeah, I think I saw someone doing body writing, but they were, I think they were doing some sort of like hand cam stream, but they were a VTuber. It was a little concerning at first because it was a lot of, I think, red ink, and at first it was like, what? And then realizing, oh, she used a red marker to write on herself. The Noble was kind of whatever. The Noble's not the Noble is trying to be fancy, but okay, I need to move it into the frame. So we have Guardsman, Halfling Thief, Hedge Wizard, and Merchant. Flashbang. Like you can use this shortcut, and it's kind of, my hand isn't big enough to do both of those at once. You're supposed to be automatically turning on. Why aren't you? Hedge Wizard. Okay, actually all of these are grouped together, so we're gonna start with the we can start with the Hedge Wizard. And then move up. So the Hedge Wizard. Oh right, these are the people who live in the huts in the swamp. Okay, yeah, they are kind of cool. They are kind of cool. They're magical. Look, they're magical. They're not intelligent. They're magical. Okay. Just kind of a case of, is this an oversight or is this a statement? That's what I mean by whether or not this is cohesive. Why doesn't the Hedge Wizard have an intelligence tag? 1,000, casting 100 spells and they're all the wrong spell. I can do math so fucking fast, but it's all gonna be wrong. Halfling Thief. Let's see. To live a life of stolen luxury. They're okay. and the guardsmen. They're like half, I would say they're half a knight, but they have way less armor, and I think their damage is probably on par with a knight. Let me check. Oh nope, knight's way OP. Knight's way OP compared to this. I hate this. Remember that the next time one is drunkenly insulting your mother. Like, I understand what it is. At the same time, like, in character and stuff, it's just like, ugh. Bleh. Guards. Yeah. Guards are bastards. If they were intelligent, they would be a more respected regular wizard. Okay, we're gonna flashbang real quick again. Guardsmen are intelligent. Let's go look at the list here in the Folk of the Realm as to what's intelligent and what's not. Okay, the Acolyte is not intelligent, but it also doesn't have a stat block. I'm gonna count that on one hand. One. Not intelligent, but no stat block. This one's intelligent, but it's got a stat block. It's an adventurer. Are adventurers smart? DMs in the chat, please tell me. Are adventurers smart? We have the bandits, who have a tag, but they're also got a full stat block. Same with the Bandit King. The Fool does not have it, but he does not have a stat block. The Guardsman has... Okay, so Guardsman has one, but they also don't have a... They have a stat block. Same thing with the Halfling, Thief. Hedge Wizard is just magical, but they don't have a stat block. High Priest, Hunter... does have stats. Okay. So I think it's the case of if they have fully fleshed out stats, they have intelligent tag. If they don't, there's some sort of baseline that they're not talking about here. That like magical is important to know, but intelligent is not. They just go off of some assumption. That must be it. Yep, okay. Kindergartners are not smart. Your adventurers are not smart. Someone else is. Oh, first grader. 3 hours for the puzzle. That's pretty fucking smart. I think ours gave us like a kindergartner puzzle, or even maybe like a toddlerish puzzle. We took some damage for failing the puzzle a couple times before we got it right. Yeah. Look, not everyone is the brightest match in the box. Okay, we have a Hedge Wizard. Hedge Wizards are pretty cool. We're gonna put them up with the Bandit King. They get to hang out. It's the Spy, the Peasant, the Bandit King, and the Hedge Wizard hanging out in like B tier. The Fool is alone in A tier. Can I have a hint, please? Just a crumb of hint, please. Yeah. I mean, that's why you play an int character and write everything down and ask for the hints, because at least your character is smarter than you, so please give me hints. Although it might be a case of, is it an int thing or is it a wisdom thing? And it might be a wisdom thing. But then you build a character that's good in wisdom and int. And thinking about that, there's not too many characters that can get away with that, is there? Builds. Unless you go, I don't want to say non-meta necessarily, but like build a bit off. So, I guess you could still do it as a wizard, high wisdom and high int. Play a cleric. Yeah, actually, that's what that one cleric ability is for in 5e, right? Or you go my route and I played a knowledge cleric, and it was a case of augury, free augury a day, because the DM gave me a book to let that happen. And then other things like, we need a hint, DM, please tell us which direction to go, or like not make up a riddle on the spot, but they ended up making up a rhyme, because I was literally auguring All great. Divining? Divining from books. -1 to intelligence. Yeah. Look, someone in the party maybe didn't completely dump int, right? Int. Use bardic inspiration. Got a 4. Fuck. So you rolled a 1 and then +3 maybe for the bardic inspiration. And guidance. Oh shit. Is that possible? Is it possible? Oh, actually, if you start with a negative int modifier, yeah. I actually did that once. I had a character that had a negative wisdom modifier, and I was trying to help the party scout, and I actually ended up with a 0 all told on my perception roll. That started a fight. I basically fell into like a spider nest. Yeah. Like, if it were the 1, it's not an automatic fail, but come on, a fucking 0. Yeah. I was a rogue, so it's kind of a, yeah, send the rogue to do some scouting for us. I was really good at being quiet, but I was shit at seeing stuff. And noticing things. I should specify. At noticing non-people. I was good at reading people, but reading other things was bad. So I had some uses. Yeah, I don't think I made it up that high, unfortunately, on that character. Idea check. If the players run up against the wall, they can try and roll under their intelligence score, and if they succeed, they get a hint. Roll under the intelligence score. That's nice. So more likely to happen the higher the intelligence. That's good. That's good. Failed intimidation checks to scare people off, and they took intimidation as a threat and started combat. That is one way of doing it. Yeah. The stakes for failing intimidation could be good or could be bad. But I guess it's kind of depending on how borderline it is. I feel like if you had gotten close to it, succeeding on the check, like gradations of success more so, I feel like if you, let's say the DC was like 16 or something, like a 14 is not a pass, but it probably won't start a fight, versus like if you get something below a 5, that I would imagine could start a fight. That sort of thing. So I'm guessing you rolled like really poorly on it, or yeah, I guess rolled really poorly. Magic item that sets into 20. Who would, well, actually, I actually do remember a campaign where we had something like that, and I don't think anyone needed it either, so it's kind of a, who wants to be really smart? Just like a free item among the players. But you would know if you gave something away like that to the party. Yeah. No one had it as a primary or a secondary, I feel like, in that group. We only have 2 things left. The Halfling Thief was like okay. It wasn't great. I guess with the Guardsman. And the Merchant, flashbang. The Merchant, I feel like, was more interesting. Let me see. Or was the Merchant boring? Oh, 10-foot poles. Get your 10-foot poles here, yeah. A linen sack, yeah. Merchant is A. Actually, not A, but he's B. Fuck it. You know what? I feel like I'm gonna move the Fool up. I'm gonna move these guys up because it's kind of he's a peasant cooler. maybe not, maybe not. Thinking, okay, is a peasant cooler than an apocalypse dragon? Maybe not. Maybe it's just on the same level. It's kind of weird to say, isn't it? Like, they should all really not be that high, but the flavor that they gave them for text and stuff, and like concisely putting down details about like the monster, boiling down the instinct and the moves into concise declarations is really nice. Get the 10 fucking foot poles for merchants. I feel like that's something that that really depends on the type of game you play, isn't it? Whether or not you need the 10-foot poles. Maybe the crunchy is not the right word there, but how detailed you need to be in your problem solving. How worried do you need to be about what you pack in your bag? I remember looking up to see, okay, how big is this particular type of bag? Like, what can you fit in it? I think it was a very basic, because in 3.5 there are tiers for the bags of holding, right? So finding out that, oh, it's about as much as like a certain size of mini fridge. Like, I can imagine it as basically, what can I shove into this mini fridge? And then, like, is it worth it to buy a larger one if I don't have anything that won't fit into... Do I have anything that would not fit in the mini fridge? And do I have money for all this shit? But yeah, boiling it down. And, like, whether or not you can fit that fucking 10-foot pole anywhere. Among other things. The legacy equipment list is largely useless in modern D&D. It feels that way, doesn't it? It feels that way. But it is really nice to go shopping in the old not magazines, but like old books for equipment. What was it? And there are newer books. I have Hammond's something or other, like some third-party books that are not strictly D&D but are useful in that case. Hammond's Harvesting Handbook and stuff like that, for instance, that have been really fun to work with and look at too. And then like Trapmaker's books and stuff, and thinking up how those work. Bulk, 1 or 2 bulk. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways you could break it down. Dungeon World also has that kind of thing. They don't actually wait. I have the book right here. I think they do count in. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me. Equipment is up next. We can just check here. We're gonna look at. Okay, yeah. So they have weights. I was a little confused because I thought, like, wait, they do have weights on them, but I thought it was like very simple and not as like bothersome as dealing with like, it's a 10-foot pole. It doesn't weigh a lot, but it's a fucking 10-foot pole. How are you going to carry it? Versus here where, yes, this thing has 4 weight. Is your character capable of carrying that like anything else? You're only capable of carrying 4 weight? Well, great. You can carry your keg around. How simple it is. So I think it's similar system. I believe Blaze in the Dark is similar to everything has a set weight is again not the right term I think there, but things have a set value in terms of storage, and your character can carry, I think a light load is 1 to 3, a regular load is like 4 or 5, and I think 6 and 7 is like you're under a heavy load, and that changes how you are perceived, among other things. 10-foot pole. He makes sense if it's collapsible, or he can break it down. Fair, fair. Depending on what kind of area you're in, I would imagine, also how big your character is, maybe. Your class can pull items out of the ether. Are you like a mage or a psionic type thing? Is that what you do? Markers stuck end to end. And it's just a bunch of chits put together. It's a bunch of interlocking jumping. Is it the jumping monkeys? There's a particular toy I'm thinking of, where you like fit a bunch of monkeys together. For most adventures, you just need to fold it in half once. That might infect the structural integrity. I wasn't too worried about that because there was someone else who cared about that sort of thing, and also my character in those games, I think she didn't have the carrying capacity to worry about that shit, to be honest. So like, I'm not carrying a 10-foot pole because I'm not wasting my precious like 35 pounds of carry on it. Someone else can carry it. Oh. Pass. Oh, okay. I don't really know much about Starfinder. I don't generally look into too much sci-fi books, like systems. And that doesn't really come up in the non-sci-fi systems, I feel like. I think the closest thing is just a actual mage. Pull shit out of a box. Or bag, I guess. Like a magic bag. And then there's also the case of, I guess, like decks. Along with your bags of whatever. But neither one of those is really the same because it's... You have to think about it first before you can pull it out of the bag. Unless there's a special, like, star asterisk for it. But we have finished it. We have finished it. And the only thing in F is fucking maggot squid. I hate the maggot squid so much. The sheet is done. Everything has been ranked. I'm sure in like 6 months this is going to change. If I revisit in 6 months, I don't think so. But if I look at this in 6 months, I'm gonna cringe at something in here. Maggot squid did everything wrong. Maggot squid's existence should never have been. Should never, ever have been. Okay, but it's 10 o'clock. I meant to end this around 9. Who is up and about and doing things right now? It would help if I had this. It would help if I had this up. Okay. Mage's Conjuration. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. You can create something out of nothing. That's always possible. Who is up and doing this? It's always a tough choice. Do you want... Do you want someone who is... What is this? Okay. Oh. Wait. Oh, he hasn't been going for that long. Someone I know is reading bedtime stories. So, I think it's a little bit difficult sometimes finding someone who is doing the same kind of content-ish. I know this one's a bit more niche than most. So it's always a toss-up of, do you want someone who's going to talk nerdy to you? Or do you want ASMR? Because usually you can't get both of this. You can probably still talk the Wigglies. Did they not? Did they not? Maybe they were blocked. Maybe they were blocked. But it may have also just been that they don't work because they're not. Oh, there's probably a... They fell on the side. I think there's a limit to how many emotes, but... yeah. We're going to raid Faust. I think that's how you pronounce it. That's how you pronounce the demon, right? So, just thinking about... yeah, 3. I can adjust the limit. I just wasn't certain how much to set it to. But no one's commented on it before. I'm a very reactionary streamer. Very reactionary. Probably to a fault. Set the limit to... Look, there's only 11 plus 2 plus 1. Okay, we're gonna close this one. There's only 13 tabs. There's only 13 tabs. But upcoming this week, it's thinking. Wednesday is going to be more Legend of Mana. We're going to be continuing reading. I believe we're going to be slipping into equipment next in Dungeon World. That's the next section. I don't know how long that's going to take. I have to do a bit more pre-reading. After that, we'll have to see. And I haven't figured out what Friday is going to be. Mana! There aren't too many mothers in the game. There aren't too many. 3 seems reasonable. Look, if I can handle more than 3, maybe I can set it up. But I'll take a look. But in the meantime, if you still need something to listen to as you drift off, there's Faust coming up. Thank you very much again for joining me and helping me through this section on monsters. Have a good night.